If you like this video, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell icon to get the latest updates.
So thank you everyone for joining this session. I'm Subha and I just wanted to introduce myself and then probably a little bit of introduction of yourself and what is your expectations out of this session. Mostly I know, but still I just wanted to recap myself and then we'll plan for the day, like how will the day go, and and then thereafter, say like some of the logistical part, like how many breaks, what are the times you will go for lunch and things like that. We'll talk about that, and then we'll from there we'll take the session. So just to introduce myself, I'm Shubha. I'm having around 13 plus years of experience in consulting, and I throughout my career I work in SAP Analytics area. So in actually you can call me like anything related to SAP Analytics, be it in different tools. I can help you out with my experience. That's about me. Apart from that, I resides in India, and uh, I love being an analytics person. That's what I can say. So with that, that concludes my in a short introduction. So today is the first session, and we are going to talk about overview of SAP Analytics. And this is the disclaimer, like the standard disclaimer we from ZaranTech we have, and this is the agenda for today. We are going to talk about overview of SAP Analytics Cloud, benefits and core functionalities of SAP Analytics Cloud, cloud on-premise, hybrid, preparation, sharing, collaboration, and SAP Analytics Cloud client. This is the first few hours of discussion. That's what we are going to do. So with the first slide, like here you can see like introduction to SAP Analytics Cloud. But even before that, like even before I come to the SAP Analytics Cloud, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of what is the SAP world, wherein the analytics comes in, and in your day-to-day life, you might be if your organization for a conglomerate, you might be facing having a lot of these analytics jargons, analytics. Embedded analytics, real-time analytics, management reports, dashboards, digital boardroom, or maybe something like ad hoc reporting. All these you may have come across uh, day in and day out. And I just wanted to make sure before even I come to SAP Analytics Cloud, you know what is the crux of analytics. So for that, I will quickly jump into Excel file, and I will start from there. So let me know if you are able to see my Excel file, and I will I'll try to explain it here. So for anything on the analytics side, we need data, and data is the crux of every every single thing. But where from we get the data? Or where from we start getting the data? So for every system, like whether it is airline booking system, whether it's a railway booking system, or a organization running their purchasing cycle, right? Every day, thousands of transactions takes place. What is transactions? Transaction doesn't mean always involvement of money, right? It could be like something like it's just handshaking between two people. That could be a transaction. There are a lot of example where money might not be exchanged, but a transaction takes place. Say for example, quality notifications. If there is an issue, you raise a quality issue. There is no money exchange on that, but this still a transaction. Similarly, in the finance world, if you are paying something to somebody, the accounts payable. If you are receiving money from somebody, an account receivable, or then the GL posting happens. A lot of things, these things takes place every day, and the system in SAP world where it takes place, it is called, in today's era, I'm talking about latest and greatest. I'm not talking about previous version. There is a system by SAP which is called SAP S4 HANA. where this latest and greatest takes place. So every day, whatever module you are working on, and S4 HANA is quite tightly integrated with like different modules like FI, say for example MM, SD, could be TM, transportation management, could be QM, quality monitoring, quality management, and so on and so forth. These are the things. So each of these modules are different, but they are interrelated. SAP S4 HANA is basically at the database level. It works on the atomicity of the data. So something we earlier days, what used to happen, and we are all know all these things. When there was pen and paper, where we used to make a journal entry. So when you are paying and salary to an employee, your journal entry says like some entries, and again in the employee said there is another entry happens. So there are duplication of data, redundancy. So here the with the S4 HANA concept of S4 HANA, or the previously this used to know as SAP ECC, which is called enterprise core component. Enterprise core component. So this particular system basically are capable of doing the multiple transactions in SAP world. So this is where, and that's why it is broadly it is called as OLTP system, online transaction processing system. Online transaction processing system. Okay. Now this you can imagine, like if you are doing if you go to, I'm just giving you a very day-to-day life example, not a enterprise example. If you are booking railway tickets every day, and if you go to the counter and say, okay, I need this ticket, I'm traveling from here to there, this is the total ticket prints out, and it shows like to how much kilometer you are traveling, what is the cost for that, and whether it is southeastern division of the rail, or the north or the west division of the rail, or something like that. Some information is there, and ticket, and in order to do that transaction, you pay money and you get the ticket, and you have the valid travel license for that, for the duration that you are going to do that. Now while doing that, you are also providing some information like what is your name, what is your age, what is your date of birth, probably or maybe the place where from you are traveling, and to which place you are going, things like that. So similarly in the enterprise world, say for example, when you are writing for a journal entry, you are saying which company code, what is the ledger, 0L ledger or some other ledger, leading ledger or non-leading ledgers, or if you are saying that, okay, what is the GL account against which it will be posted, or things like that. So this happens every day in and day out. Okay. Any questions so far? I'll just take a pause. You understand this system, like which is where everyday transaction is taking place. Okay. No answer. I'll take. There is no question. So this is where the everyday transaction takes place. But now when it comes to, but does this answer analytics questions? Questions like what is my revenue, quarterly revenue for the western division of the rail? It doesn't. It just said like a transaction happened, so and so person bought this ticket and he's traveling from here to there. Another transaction happened, another person bought this ticket going somewhere and somewhere. So and those information and getting stored into this OLTP system database. Now, but that doesn't gives you the answer of what is your revenue. So what you need to do to find out that revenue? you need to first find what is the quarter, what is the range of date for that quarter. If the question is what is the quarterly revenue for Western Division of the rail, you need to first find out what is the date of range of the quarter, what is the total number of sales happen, and what is the actual value you have, money you have acquired from that sales. So, and that could be your revenue, not profit but revenue. Okay, so this is how it happens. But then you can see here, in identifying that particular information, I do not need any customer's name, any customer traveling from where to where, any customer traveling what is their age. I don't need those information. I just need what is my quarterly revenue, what is the date range, and what is sum up all the transaction between that date range and get the amount that you have collected. As simple as that. So this is at analytics takes place at the very high level, and that's where the challenges come. You deal with millions of records, summarize those, and present it into the presentable format. Whether it could be an Excel, whether it could be an visualization, or it could be something else, whichever way you want to present. Okay, so that's the challenge. Now imagine an organization generating 600 million records every month. What is the challenge? That the database is having a challenge, and on top of that, if you are querying that database for that 600 million records, say quarterly revenue means 1.8 billion of records, and you are querying that database to go summarize 1.8 billion of record, it will die. It will simply die. So the analytical processes cannot run here. So that's why what is SAP's suggestion is that you have a OLAP system. This system is called OLAP. So this is called Online Analytical System. These systems are typically, I will give you an example. This could be different flavors. This could be a BW4 HANA system in today's world. It could be an enterprise HANA system, or it could be something like a combination of both. Okay. Essentially, what it does. Essentially, what is done. Although this is not the subject we are going to study. Each of these are specific subject to study in very depth. I'm just giving you on a high level. Essentially, what we do, we take the data from this online analytical processing. Sorry, this other way around. This OLTP data and push it or pull it into the OLAP system on a daily basis. Okay, and it could be more than daily. Frequency can be anything. I'm not, but daily is the very common one. Okay, and on top of that, we build reports here and do the reporting work. This is a general approach towards doing the reporting. Even in Oracle also kind of similar things we are there. In Oracle, probably in case of BW4 HANA, there could be OBIE. So this is a generic approach. So all your online transaction processing data being fetched by certain setup, and I'm not getting into the details of those setup. Those are itself is a subject to study. Certain setup brought into the OLAP system. Here we denormalize the data. Denormalize means summarize the data. Okay, summarize the data prepare it for reporting. Okay, prepare it for the reporting purposes. Now, what are the reporting tools could be? It could be SAC, it could be analysis for office in SAP world. I'm talking about all SAP world now, analysis for office or UI. Analysis for office or UI. So this is our the generic flow of the data. Any questions so far?
Nothing so
So-
far from.
Okay.
So when
So
you
this-
say denormalize the data, you mean prepare the data?
Yes, we prepared the data. The process is called ETL process, which is extraction, transform, and load. These are the process it goes through. Okay, and we get the data into these systems, and this system is capable of doing this the wonderful things at its level. Different tool has different features, and then ultimately we report the data at this layer.
Okay.
So basically, now a question from my side: when we prepare the report at this layer, does it only allow you to represent? Yes, primarily these tools are representative tools. I mean to say, whatever you have prepared here, if in a organization landscape, mostly from the architectural point of view, I will try to create most of the things here, and this will become only the not always. I'm telling in most of the cases there would be definitely exceptions. There will be definitely different things possible in each of these tools. This will be representative. Like you get the data from here, get the summarized level, you build a chart, you build a table, you build a geo map to represent that data. That's where these reporting tools comes into picture. And SAC is one of the reporting tool. Now it has different other capabilities as well. I'll come to that. This picture is this entire thing is not yet the whole story. The story is not yet ended. Okay. So any other questions so far?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Now in these days, so any analytical report that you are preparing out of this reporting tool, which is connected to a online analytical processing system, which could be a BW4 HANA, Enterprise HANA, combination of both either, okay? And getting the data from one of the transaction system, considering this is a SAP landscape, it could be a hybrid, SAP Oracle, SAP SFDC and all. I'm considering it. Generally, every customer prefers, every organization prefers to have a single landscape, at least for single type of module, single type of data. We do not mix and match because there are a lot of challenges in integration of different tools. Okay, so from this perspective, there is this is how the system looks. Now, very important thing to here understand: these tools are basically at a primary level based for management reporting, which is capable of dealing with larger volume of data. Now, it may happen in the SAC is in the S4 HANA box, which is not BW4 HANA, S4 HANA box, we might also need to generate some reports. So then question is, can you generate report in the online transaction processing systems? Like you may wanted to know, okay, what is my weekly, how many transaction I have done in weekly? How many tickets we have booked in the weekly? And what is the week to week comparison? 2 weeks comparison. 2 weeks data you need. Last week this was this week this was this. So last week I told I sold 4,500 tickets. This week I have sold 3,900 tickets. So 600 less. This kind of analysis, smaller set of data, which is required for day-to-day life for our accountant, or for say for example at the clerical level or low to mid management level people in the organization, that can come out of this system. And this has happened because of the fact there is a very interesting invention that SAP has done, which is called HANA. Okay, HANA is a database which works on columnar database, columnar database. Okay, which is very fast compared to the traditional row based database. Okay, okay, so this with the invent of HANA, what has happened, the gamut of this transaction processing as well as reporting from the same box has changed, and that's why the concept of real-time analytics came into picture. What is real-time analytics? SAP is saying before even your customer goes out of your premise, you will have his data if he has made a transaction to analyze. Suppose you are going to a 7-Eleven store or say for example Starbucks, you bought a coffee. Before you go out of that premise, the Starbucks manager will have your data to analyze how much you have contributed to his revenue. That kind of thing is possible in S/4HANA. So this was very primarily possible because of the invention of HANA database. Now what has happened? And this HANA database, you will see, this HANA database is used across tools in SAP landscape, whether it is here, whether it is here, or whether it is here. I'll tell you more on that. So first thing first, with the invention of the HANA database, what has happened? Real concept of real-time analytics came. So that means SAP is saying, okay, guys, now you are able to do real-time analytics on the same box. You don't really need this. You can do the real-time analytics. You can do the analytics here. Analytics here. Okay. Okay, fair enough. You can definitely do the real-time analytics, and in doing that, you need to create certain objects called CDS view. Okay, this is a technical piece, technical jargon. CDS is core data services. As the name suggests, it basically do a data service to give you the real-time analytics, and these reports are basically published in Fiori. In Fiori. Now I'm not getting into the details of what are the different types of report can be generated. It can also generate charts. It can also generate table. It can also generate pivot and everything. I'm not, and every different reports in the Fiori you generate has a different name. It's an embedded analytics course. This is where called real-time analytics, or this is also called embedded analytics because the system on which you are doing the online transaction processing, in the same system you are doing the analytics. That's why it is called embedded analytics. Okay, so you will come across this terminology. Okay, are we going to do embedded analytics, or are we going to do real-time analytics, or is it a larger volume data? Okay, the last question brings you here. If it is a less amount of data, now there is a lot of controversy here. What is less to you may not be less to me. So organization to organization, they have their own strategy that what will go to real-time analytics and what will go to here. If you ask me, what I tell to my clients or my organizations are very simple thing. If you are going more than 3 months of data, and if your volume is less than 1 million, then you can stay here. But if you are, provided you have a lot of selection screen in that report, proper selection screen, you wanted to point out only 10,000 rows rather than 1 million records every time, but it can still perform well. But if you have more than that, more than 3 months of data, now it may happen like one organization in 1 month generating 600 million records, then definitely real-time analytics is not a good choice. You have to come to this route. Okay, so whenever the data volume is very high, or whenever you are not meeting expectations with the performance in the real-time analytics, you have to think of another option, which is a data warehousing system. Could be a BW4 HANA, Enterprise HANA, combination of both. Why I'm saying combination of both? Because BW4 HANA has a capacity called mixed modeling. I'll not get into those details because those are itself our course, but just to let you know, on the very to start with your basics. Okay, so this is so now you can hopefully you are able to understand that what is the difference, why I have come to this path, and why when this path has to be taken forward. Okay, so this will give you real-time analytics with less number of data, less number of consumption of data, whereas this will use extraction, transform, and loading functionality, load the data and generate the report with reporting tool. This tool doesn't have a reporting tool inbuilt, so that's why you need to build a representation tool. I'll take a pause here and wait for any question you have. Okay, if you no question, then further. Now you can tell me, you can ask me a question. Okay, so you have said that okay, OLTP is there, OLAP is there. I have also capacity of real-time analytics. When client comes, what would be your suggestion? So I would always say, you set up your transaction system properly. You may initially run with some of the reports here. Okay, some of the reports here, but eventually you have to land here, because as the data grows, you have to come to the OLAP system, which is capable of handling millions of records. Now, this is one-to-one. This system even can accommodate other data from the other sources. Say, for example, you are having CRM data from SFDC. SFDC is another system in your organizational landscape. I'm talking from the organizational landscape perspective, and it can also integrate here. Okay, so the added advantage of using this, you can integrate multiple set of data from different disparate system at the homogeneous level of the data, that you can do. Okay, now here I have written some of the SAP recommended tool in the SAP world. This report is basically for dashboarding, SSE, dashboarding, and reporting at the higher level. This is analysis for report is for use for detailed reporting, which is an Excel tool. You will represent the data in Excel. Webby is for ad hoc reporting. Now, what is ad hoc? Like if you wanted to do on the fly something, that is ad hoc reporting. On the fly, you wanted to achieve something. Okay, so that is your ad hoc reporting. Now, apart from that, as I said, here you can integrate non-SAP system like SFDC or Oracle, or say for example JD Edwards. All these systems you can integrate. Similarly, from a SAP system, you can also report into Tableau or Power BI. That is also possible. Okay, right? So this is the entire gamut of your reporting in SAP world, keeping SAP into the picture. Now, this BW4 HANA system can also connect to some system called Alteryx. Now you can think of any combination. Alteryx is another system. Okay, or it can connect to GCP, Google Cloud Platform. It can connect to AWS. These are all data lakes or Teradata. These are all data lakes. For more than this is data warehousing system. This is data lakes. more than data warehousing. Okay. Now I will take this straight path. I'll not divert from here to there. In the straight path, what we are going to learn in details is this SAC and where exactly it is standing at the reporting layer. Now, having said that, SAC is also capable of doing extraction, loading, and transformation at the highest level. It is also capable of doing. And another features of the SAC is it can also do planning and some of the augmented analytics. We can see that, and I'll go to the slides in that. So this is the overall picture. Anybody has any question? I hope it makes sense with these diagrams and all. Try to little squeeze a bit. Does it make sense to everyone? At least you are getting how the reporting and things can be done. And this is where
yes.
SAC. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Now let's come back to the slide. Yeah. So now we are going to study this SAC in details, and that is our course curriculum. Okay. So any time you are being and now one more thing, SAC and all these tools are basically meant for management reporting as well. Management reporting. Say for example, you wanted to generate a P&L, or you wanted to generate a balance sheet report, something like that. These tools are meant for that, and you have to take the route from here, not from this route. Okay, that's not recommended. If you ask an analytics consultant, they will always tell you that. Now somebody who is telling you that okay, in this route it is also possible, I am also saying it is possible, but you are overcommitting. If you have a small organization where you generate 10,000 records in per month, then still it makes sense. But if you are a large organization where you are generating 600 or 700 million records per month, then that doesn't make sense. It altogether depends on your use case and your organizational like need. And that's where the architects, the technical architects, that's where the hardware capability and all these things comes into picture. Now, there are two more things I wanted to tell you here. These systems can be hosted in cloud. Whatever I have shown you in the SAP world can be hosted in cloud, can be on-premise. What is hosted in cloud? The same cloud version of SAP's, all these SAP's, all these S4 HANA or BW4 HANA. There are more tools coming up like data warehouse, cloud, data intelligence, and all. Those cloud versions are still maturing, whereas on-premise version is very much matured. See, BW, say for example, if you talk about BW is there here for last 35 years almost as a product. It evolved through its life cycle and all. Right. So their cloud version are evolving, but on-premise version is very much mature. Large organizations prefer to have the on-premise version rather than the cloud because of many factors in US, probably specifically in US because of the regulation, because they wanted to keep the data within their firewall and things like that. But reporting tool, this SAC is completely cloud-based. Okay, completely cloud-based. As the name suggests, SAP Analytics Cloud. You will buy through a secure tunnel. You will connect with the SAP Analytics Cloud, and you will do all your reporting there. Okay, but your database, more cracks of the database stay here. Now I'll come back to the slide. So what introduction to SAP Analytics Cloud? I hope it makes a perspective where you understand where is in the product landscape, where in the architectural landscape SAC stands. So this is where SAC stands. Okay. What is SAP Analytics Cloud? SAP Analytics Cloud is a cloud SaaS-based business intelligence tool provided by SAP company, formerly known as Business Object Cloud. So earlier SAP Analytics Cloud used to be called as Business Objects Cloud. and it's a SaaS, software as a services. So what is software as a services? As you buy, you use. Whatever you buy, you use. Whatever feature you wanted to buy, whatever number of database or gigabytes you wanted to use, as you use, as you pay. Okay, pay as you use. So that's the concept here in the cloud domain. So all analytical functions are possible here. Users has the capability of doing visualization. It has the cloud connectors to connect to different system, SAP and non-SAP system. I'll come in details. Software as a cloud, integrated also transparent and high performance and real time. So it can perform real time. Now here it is the very important thing, high performance and real time. Performance completely depends on your data volume and what you wanted to achieve. Having said that, performance is definitely SAP Analytics Cloud is good, but this word real time is a very important thing. Now, as I said, here in this landscape, you can see I said real-time analytics is only possible to Fiori. Okay, the scenario is also changing here. As I move forward, the SAP world is every day moving very fast, and as Marilyn, you have said that, right? SAC is changing every day. I'll tell what is the frequency of change in SAP SAC. So this can directly also connect to SAC for real-time analytics. Like here, you can do it through Fiori. Through these core data services, you can take these core data services from here and directly connect to SAC system. And you can do analytics there as well. So that's why SAC is also real-time. It is saying that it is capable of handling real-time data. Okay. So obviously the connection would be different. You have to connect to this system instead of this system. So, but if you connect to this system, which is your online transaction processing system where your transaction is taking place, you will be able to connect SAC to that. And it is capable of doing the real-time analytics also. So now the path is wide enough. In case of real-time analytics, you have an option to go through the CDS view to to Fiori, or you have also an option to create a SAC connection and do everything in SAC. That is also possible. Okay. So what are the two things? If you wanted to create any custom reports, right? If you wanted to create by your own, here you need to write HTML programming. Here it is a drag and drop. Maximum you need to write some JavaScripting. Okay, that's what it is. So that defines why SAC is real time. Okay. Moving forward, what is SAP Analytics Cloud? Developed by SAP on HANA based Play platform. Now, SAC also has its own database. As I said, here is a HANA database. Database is HANA. I'll write it. Database is HANA. Here is also a database called HANA. HANA. SAC also has its Cloud HANA database, which you will not be accessing very regularly, but all the artifacts, all the data you upload, it gets stored in some database, right? At the end of the day, a database is required. So SAC Analytics Cloud is based on that HANA database. Provides analytical capability from data coming from different databases as well. It can connect to different other databases as well. And it has also an inherent database where it keeps all the metadata information, all the artifacts together. Okay. It is capable of doing linear, dynamic, and augmented analytics. What is linear? Whatever you get, you are doing. Dynamic, you wanted to create drill down, you wanted to run hierarchies, you wanted to run, say for example, quarterly versus quarterly. Okay, all those things is possible. Augmented is some more of a predictive scenarios like, okay, you type in something, you will get an answer. Or you wanted to do a time forecast series. Or you wanted to do a, say for example, linear regression. Those kind of things SAC is capable of doing. And as we go increase in our capacity, it will more and more increase day by day. Okay. Now here are the other things. Evolution of decision making, where you start a question. Okay. You analyze. Based on that analysis, you may predict, and that prediction gives you the planning, and that planning will give you action. So you ask and analyze and then predict and plan and act. This is a cyclical process. If you start from here, act, you took a decision, then you ask what is the, anywhere you can start in this cyclic motion. You can start from plan. If you are a financial planner, you can start from here. You will do a plan, then some actuals will come in. Then you will ask what is my plan versus actual. Then you will analyze plan versus actual. Then you will predict, okay, what would be my next plan, probably next quarter plan. So decision making, what is decision making is a continuous process, and all these activities is achievable in SAC. Okay. Then comes what is business technology platform, and this is a very important thing nowadays in SAP world. Business technology platform is a boom. Everybody is talking about business technology platform. It is nothing but a platform, as the name suggests, where everything can be integrated, whether it is whatever I have shown here, everything, and apart from that, maybe some other SAP things also, it can be glued together. So it says business SAP platform is a glue to holds everything together. You can integrate anything and everything in that platform, which is cloud based. The SAP business technology platform allows customer to harness power of data from managing the quantity. So as it is cloud based, you can increase the capacity as and when you need. Okay. And having said that, SAC is also can be integrated in SAP business technology platform. Okay. So anywhere you are hearing something like, oh, okay, there is something called business technology platform is there. What are the analytics tools are possible to integrate in the business technology platform? You can easily say SAP Analytics Cloud can be integrated for you. For any analytics, whether you do, planning or any strategical operation or any kind of management reporting you do, there is a strategy involved, there is a operations involved, and there is a tactics involved. So SAC gives you that all the capacity. Like strategic, if you think like, okay, say for example, a marketing department, they wanted to decide which particular segment they wanted to focus to market more, advertise more, right? If you build a report on the marketing module, CRM module, customer relationship module, you can easily find out that, and you can go to a strategic decision. Operational, if you are running a production plant, say for example, and say for example last week versus this week production is there is a gap, and you found that raw material was not supplied properly, and this finding raw material was not supplied properly, how will you get to that? By running the SAP Analytics Cloud reports, by analyzing the data into the SAP Analytics Cloud. That's where you can support your operations also. Tactical, okay, my PNL never got generated. My PNL got generated, and I see I am paying a lot of sales tax or a manufacturing whatever, like transfer pricing tax to this country. I move my manufacturing hub from this country to another country. So that we can save money. So for example, I can quote here, and pardon my quoting, Apple's all the product used to be started with in China and Taiwan, because they are low cost manufacturing countries. Labor is good, cheap and good. Whereas the assembly takes place in the US, right? So this is a tactical decision, because by that way, Apple is saving a huge amount of money. Would they have made the same chips and the embedded circuits in US? Okay, this is a tactical decision. This is also achievable. So initially, suppose you set up an organization and you are doing business every day, and then you led to this kind of problem that my manufacturing cost is skyrocket. Then you go into the another setup like Taiwan or something. So that tactical decision is also can be taken. Any type of decision basically is capable. You can achieve to SAP Analytics Cloud, provided you have the right data fed to SAP Analytics Cloud and you are representing it correctly. SAP Analytics Cloud helps all types of decision maker improve decision making with all analytical capabilities in one place. It is kept doing AI. Now, if you say AI, artificial intelligence, yes, it is do it. It can do it artificial intelligence, but it's not that highly capable. It has very simple capability of natural language processing, but it can integrate R, through which you can achieve some set of data analytics or forecasting and little bit of artificial things out there. But if you ask me, does it do everything artificially? Can it take a decision, write a robot? No, it cannot. At the end of the day, robots are also fed data, and that's how they perform. But similarly, in SAP Analytics Cloud also, if you feed right data, it can give the insight out of it for sure. Then context level decision making is also decision generation is also possible through SAP Analytics Cloud. Right? Particular chart you wanted to deep dive, you wanted to run the system itself and say give you some insight on that particular chart, it can do. Differentiating capability. Okay, what is the differentiating capability from compared to Tableau, Power BI? Trust me, Tableau is one of the market leaders. Okay, so is Power BI. But I feel, if as an SAP person, I feel what is differentiating for SAP Analytics Cloud. Number one, it is completely cloud based. Number two, it is capable of doing planning, very detailed level planning it can do. Number three, what it can do. Number three is that it is very user friendly. And it can integrate to SAP BTP, which is the latest and greatest in SAP One. And having said that, it gives you the opportunity to create your own dashboard by dragging and dropping, as well as writing through code. You can do coding as well. Okay. Benefits of SAP Analytics Cloud: one platform to analyze, to predict, to plan. As I said, predict, it can run basically the algorithms like time series, linear forecast and all. That way it can predict to one platform. Second, it can help management to decide end to end. Okay, end to end it can decide, and from a very highest level. Suppose here you are running a P&L line and you see your COGS are very high, cost of goods sold is very high. Now you wanted to drill down. From there you can jump to a purchasing report and understand what are the costs. Material report, what are the material giving a lot of cost to you? How can you reduce raw material or labor cost? You can always go drill down into later detail level that you can do. So that's why it is saying make end-to-end decision with data management and analytics together in one place. You can upload data also SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay, apart from keeping that into outside world as well. And it is scaled to meet needs of your business and diverse user across all decision set. We have discussed this strategic, operational, and tactical. Now, AI driven, it has a capacity of natural language query and natural language generation. It has capability, as I said, but it's not a very I would not say if you are a salesperson and if somebody is selling you SAP Analytics Cloud, this is not the right versioning. Okay. Yes, definitely there is capability. It can be further improved, and it is getting improved for sure. But there is a lot of scope to improve. And you will always come across these scenarios where SAP is cleverly do not solve everything. SAP as an organization it's a German organization. It's running for a long time. They do not solve everything for you. They keep something for others to solve for them. And that's why the SAP consultants, you, me, and everybody are earning their bread and butter. So capabilities of AI-driven ML algorithms applied to guided data discovery, key influence pattern, and you can generate all those things. ML algorithms leverage historical data to build predictions, and no data scientist is required. Always not true. I would say there are controversy out there, but obviously at the highest level, if your data is accurate, you can generate these key influencer outliers, what if scenario, you can do that. I'll show you into the system as well. Benefits of AI driven, basically it gives you the key performance indicator, net best action you can do in the automated style, it will show you, and the potential outcome and forecast it will show. So these are the things. It is very easy. You upload the Excel, data is accurate, it will generate for you. Then data exploration and visualization. Data exploration, SAP Analytics Cloud just not that give you, okay, you create a visualization and represent it to your user. It also gives you of the capacity, like where you can explore the data to the row level. Each level of transaction you can explore. It gives you that opportunity. And that's why it is saying empower business user to safely and securely work with governed data and create interactive dashboard. Now, here is one of the other point I just wanted to mention here. When it is called that governed data, right? Governed data is nothing but you can apply security on the SAP data. And SAC also has a specific functionality of applying security. We'll discuss about that security roles and teams and everything in detail in subsequent classes. Okay. Then comes uncover and deliver actionable insight across the enterprise with intuitive service analytics. So is the same point. Augmented analytics. What is augmented analytics? Automatically receives the strategic insight in embedded MI technology. So this is what it comes. It has an embedded machine learning capacity, and that machine learning capacity will analyze your data and give you output. Avoid agenda driven decision making by you unveiling the true story of data. So this is very simple thing. If you have the data point, you can do your augmented analytics and you can go for those specific like decision making points. Now this is another features of SAP Analytics Cloud core functions. This is one of the core function called integrated planning. So now say for example, Madeline says that in our organization we use business planning and consolidation very widely. Now business planning consolidation is a different tool. You need to feed the data, you need to create a planning calendar, you need to inside the data, different planners will come and do the planning, and ultimately one plan version will be saved as final. What if I do the same in SSE also, right? If I can do the same in the SSE, then my BPC is out of the picture. I have everything inherent into one system, everything embedded into one system, and as a result of I have lesser maintenance, lesser cost, and more output. But having said that, this tool is still maturing compared to BPC. BPC has a lot of capacity, but this tool is still maturing. But it is right now, I can say a lot of clients are running, they are planning activities in SSE. Specifically financial planning. Some of the organization are doing workforce planning, not APO and all, inventory planning, but workforce and financial planning, a lot of organization are doing. Because this type of planning, specifically financial planning, is done at the highest level, account group level or company code level. So that's that level it can accommodate. Okay. Next, drive better business outcomes with extended planning and analysis in Analytics Cloud. So once the integrated planning is planning thing can be if the planning piece is can be embedded into the same. So you have the one platform where you can plan versus actual versus forecast, all those things you can compare. So that's one of the core functions. Now enterprise platform as a service, because your planning, your actual, your forecast, everything gets connected into the same platform. It basically works as an enterprise platform service. Okay, so it basically gives you everything in one shot, all the live data and all the things it can give. Now, life cycle of SAP Analytics Cloud. This is very important to understand. This is where it starts. You start with data preparation, which is business intelligence. Then you predict the data, right? Then you tell the story, and so after prediction you do the plan, and then simulate, and then tell the story. So here you can see this is the cycle at which in SAP Analytics Cloud this can run, and it can connect to on-premise dataset. It can connect to another cloud dataset. You can also combine these together two ends into a hybrid. So you can create a story where one data source is on-premise, another data source is cloud, which makes it hybrid. Okay, this is what is possible. This is what is possible to SAP Analytics Cloud. It can, if you have a, say for example, your data warehousing system in your organization is on-premise, and you have something called, say for example, what should I say? Say for example, any other system which is hosted in cloud, that you can join together here to make one unified view. Okay. Having said that, SAP Analytics Cloud has this capacity called BI planning and predictive in one scenario, one services. It can connect to on-premise data through live connection, and it has capacity of digital boardroom. The concept of digital boardroom I will tell you at the very at the relevant topic, but just to let you know, it is meant for the C executive level people, right? CIOs, CFOs, CEOs of the organization, they are preferred to see digital bedroom rather than the one chart, one particular table you created or one story. They wanted to see the digital boardroom. So when they go to the boardroom meeting, they have it open here and they have all the answer. That's why it is called digital boardroom. Okay. Next, this is the cloud integration, how it works in SAP Analytics Cloud. This talks about this SAP Analytics Cloud. So here, platform as platform services, data connectivity, data preparation, modeling. This is what it can do. Administration, lifecycle auditing. This is also a platform service. These are all basically done by your basis people in the organization, SAP basis people or security people. Scheduling, collaboration, and SDKs. These are platform services. Then you can do business intelligence on that, augmented analytics on that, enterprise planning on that. Enterprise planning version is very tightly integrated with MS Office 365. That means Excel version of it. And this is getting mature. In one or 2 years, you can do your planning in the MS Excel SAP Analytics Cloud. It is becoming very much mature. Then you can do your analytics application where you can write scripting, extension logics to build your own dashboard from the scratch, whatever way you wanted to do. You can build your stories, and then digital boardroom, as I said, digital boardroom is basically the C-level, executive level things. So digital boardrooms are basically executive analytics that digital boardroom is basically connects to stories. And all these things can be accessed to iOS, Android devices, and maybe a centralized portal, which is called catalog or catalog, where you can publish those. Okay, so this is what is the total cloud integration. So I'll take a pause here. Any question on any slide or anything that you wanted to talk? I'm Like I know this is called little theoretical, but initially I need to be little theoretical, and there will after that we'll get into the system. Any question? No question? All good so far, whatever we have covered. So far we have covered what is the SSE, what is SSE, how it is capable of doing different type of decision making, the cycle of decision making, business technology platform, and differentiating capabilities, benefits, and core capabilities, core and core functions of SAP Analytics Cloud. And then the cloud integration. How does these different tasks are there? So mostly you will play your role here. Having said that, you may play some roles here as well in the SSE world, but mostly you will play here. Okay, this middle section. Okay, let's move forward. Then SAP Analytics Cloud embedded solution. Some of the embedded solution in SAP Analytics Cloud are there. Like, say for example, I will tell you what is embedded solution. I will tell you with an example. Say for example, if you buy a shirt, right? Simple thing. If you buy a shirt, you have the buttons embedded with the shirt, right? Whatever buttons required. Similarly, SAP Analytics Cloud has given a lot of embedded solution. What is those embedded solution? Like some reporting, some financial planning reports, some marketing analytics report, and all those things given as part of the license and standardized way. Okay, so that's being given, you know, like this. That's why it is called embedded solution. So what are the different embedded solution possible? SAP C4 HANA, customer for HANA, SAP Fieldglass, workforce management, okay, Concur for travel and expenses, and spend management, Ariba. So these are the tools which can be included with this, can be connected with the system, and you can use the embedded solution already provided by SAP on your data. Okay, your data you can use on your data, you can do that. Next, this is the architecture of SAP Analytics Cloud. If you see, this is the cloud. Earlier, it has the capacity of interoperability between business objects tools, and business object is nothing but BI 4.0. There it can interoperate, but very rarely we do that. We focus on here. It can connect with different systems, and SAP Analytics core architecture is this. This is the core architecture. Now, most important thing, SAP Analytics Cloud can share and collaborate. So if you have in a same platform, if you have, say for example, you can do a commentary. Say for example, I'll tell you, you saw a report and you found that some you know, like discrepancies in the net profit. You wanted to make a comment and pass it on to your colleague. That is possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Or you have built a story, you can share it with your colleague to edit. That is also possible, right? Right. So these are the things possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay. So you can share, collaborate, comment, bookmark. All these are possible, and you can publish the content. Okay, you can publish the content very well. Right. These are the things the SAP Analytics Cloud is capable, and I'll show you how you can collaborate. Ways of sharing: invite others in the or teams. So there is a concept of team in SAP as well. SAP Analytics Cloud also. I'll talk about that as well when we discuss about security. So invite others users, teams to have a look at some content, send content to users on a daily or weekly basis. That means you can schedule the job as well, reports as well. Ask other user to work with you, collaborate. So you build some portion of the report, somebody else build some portion of the report, and you can ask, hey, how do you feel about this report with this color? You can do. Send content to others so they can import the data into another application. You can give the data or content to other people for another application. It's nice to share, but be careful with your data. Always it is okay to share, but do not, from the governance perspective, do not share outside your organization. These are the different way of sharing and possible into the report. So suppose, as you said, somebody like as Sadia, you said I wanted to know more on stories. You're creating a story, then you can ask share the story to Francis and get his opinion. Okay, so this is all about the overview of SSE. I'll take a pause here. Any questions on any of these slides which you have not understood? First, what I tried to let you understand in the SAP landscape where SSE stands, and then I dive down into what is SSE, what is its capability, what is its core functionalities, what is its architecture, and so on. This pretty much concludes our first module, which is this module 1, overview of SAP Analytics Cloud. Any question?
No, I think we are just trying to comprehend.
Okay, fair. Okay, now I will do one thing. I will show you first how you can request a trial license from SAP itself, and you can use that for your practice as much as possible. In case you do not want to use your Office's SAP Analytics Cloud platform. Okay, you can do that. First, if you go here and you write in the Google SAP Analytics, sorry, SAP Analytics Cloud, trial. Okay, it will give you this option in your Google. Okay, you click on this, it will take you to this page. You can all try. You can use your personal email address. You will get the link of the trial immediately, and you can activate your account from today onwards. You will get initial 30 days. If you use 20 days consecutively properly, SAP will extend it to 90 days. Okay, automatically it will get extended. Okay, so start your trial. It says register, verify your email, access all your resources. So here you give the business email address. Okay, then you give your name, ID, password, where your phone number probably. So generally for getting the trial, I'm telling you, I must not tell this. We give a little bit of different numbers. Okay, which is combination, and then relationship to the SAP and all. Then you can log in. So a unique ID will be created for you. If you wanted to try, anybody wanted to try, you can to get the but the email address should be correct. In that email address, you will get a link. Okay. You want to try? Anybody wanted to have this done? Can share your screen. Maybe I can show you. You can go ahead from there, and then I'll further take it forward. How you can register to a trial version, and you can use that. Francis, maybe you would like to do that, or Sadia? Just give customer probably, or consultant, student. So you'll first get a SAP account, SAP.com account.
Okay.
Yeah. So you will also receive another email where it says like, please log on to SAP Analytics Cloud. It will give you the link.
Okay. I got it now.
Just click on that and log in.
So which password should I use now? Or should I create a new password now?
Yeah, set the password. You have to give the email address as well. You have given, right? Okay.
It's not letting me.
Okay, so then it has taken out automatically. Okay. First, you are creating a HANA Cloud Services account, and once it is done, save. Okay, continue.
Oh, so the first one was HANA?
HANA Cloud Services, yes. Because you
Oh.
see, it is like, it is, yeah, there you go. This is the first screen of your SAP Analytics Cloud, 30-day trial.
Okay.
Right? This is how you can get this 30-day trial. If you use properly, if you use continuously, based on your users, it will be extended to 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll stop sharing the screen now.
Yeah. So I hope Marilyn and Francis, you will also try in your time to create this trial account for you to understand everything or practice more. If you are stuck anywhere, just let me know.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
So I'll just come out of this. So this is your initial screen look like. I'll just, sorry, session got ended. Fresh. So this is how your screen looks like, you know. And if you see this screen, Sadia, you might be seeing hello Sadia, right? This is called home. This is in home page. You can see a home icon here. I'll just give you right now the layout of the tool. Okay, layout of the cloud platform. You might have already know all these things. Some of you have already like done your hands-on on this, but still, I just wanted to, from my side, I wanted to show. So here, if in the home page, you will see today, catalog, favorites, shared with me. These are the 4 options. Okay. Today you will see, today means whatever you are seeing here, right? You can see some story, create a story and all, right? This is your home page. Catalog, as I said, this is a catalog thing. If you publish anything to the catalog, this is applicable to everybody. Okay. So these are the stories already published to catalog. Okay. In the trial version. Different language is also possible in SSC. That is one of the, sorry, this should be included in the slide later on, as I said. Language support. Yeah, different language support is also possible in SSC. Translation of the things is also possible in SSC. So you can see Japanese, German, English, and all. Okay. So these are the catalog. If you wanted to see these catalogs, whoever has the access, they can see cash flow. If I click on that, resource is not available. Let me see. These are not activated yet. So that's why it is published, but it's not activated. My first story, say for example, okay, these are not activated. I'll tell you that this is where you publish your all the stories. Then favorites. If you mark any story as favorite, I am also using a very new box. Okay, if you mark everything anything as your favorites, it will start showing. Okay. And shared with me. Suppose Sadia has created a story, okay, and she shared with you, Francis or Marilyn, right? Marilyn, whenever you come to this, or Francis, whenever you come to this, you will see all the stories that are shared with you. Okay, that are shared with you. Right? Say for example, here this one. If I open this story, this is how a report looks like. Maybe it will not generate proper data. This is the embedded story. It is generating still. This is a geomap. So this story you can jump. Okay. So this is where homepage is all about. Homepage has these capacities. Right. I'll go back. Similarly, if you wanted to open another story, you can open it. There is not much data, so it is not showing. Okay. So this is a fresh box, and this is where you can see. So these are the 4 pieces you can do. You can pin any of the chart or any of the bar, any of the story into this home screen as well. And I'll show you how you can do that. You can pin anything into the home page. Okay. Then on the top, if you see, there are some buttons here. At the very right corner, it is my name, and then some home screen settings. You can go to the home screen settings. You can change the color here. You can change the theme. Okay, I said none. You can change the theme. You can see it become more or less white. Or whole home screen, if you go here, today is default tab, or you can make the favorites as also default tab. Right, whenever you refresh it, if it comes, if you log out and log in, then it will show, it will come to favorite tab. Okay, so this is what you can make. Then recent files and all those things, whatever you wanted to see, you can see it here. Now apart from that, you have request roles. You can request some of the role to the user. Self-service roles, if you have self-service roles, you can get yourself assigned. Okay, comment, and there is list of roles should come and send request. It will go to the admin will do that. Then comes profile settings. This is important. If you do the profile settings, you can see how you wanted to see the date and time format. What is your like cleanup notification? What is the number format you wanted to use? Okay, what is the scaling? Okay, so these are global settings. If you do it once here, this will remain in every story, everywhere. What is your default language? If you wanted to change it to some other language, that you can also do. Okay, so these are the default setting, right? That you can save, and I'll cancel and close. So this is where you can do it. If you wanted to add a home screen note here, right? You can say my to-do list. Hey, this is my to-do list. Say for example, you wanted to write a note text, my to-do list. I do it every day to keep an eye on my daily progress. Say for example, you wanted to write this. Okay, you go here, you can see here a catalog got generated. So this is what you can do. You can keep on editing here, delete, preference, and all. I'm just giving you an understanding. You can keep something else also here. Okay. Now, if I go back to the profile settings again, we have seen also what is the default email got generated and all, what is my email address and all that through you will get to see that first name and second name and all. Okay. So this is one thing. This is your home page. Beside that, there is a question mark. Anytime, anywhere, if you have a question related to anything, you can come to here, help, what's new, browse community, send feedback, contact admin, explore add-ons, all those things, submit ideas. So if you have an idea and you wanted to give it to SAP, you can submit here, submit it here. Okay. So that you can do. Search knowledge base. Those everything you can do. And this is a communication between you and SAP, not you and your organization as admin. So if you are a contact admin, you are basically contacting SAP admin, not somebody who is working on ABC organization who is taking help of SSC. If you wanted to click on the quick start, it will give you the get started, all the documentations and everything. Okay. Some videos and everything is there. How you will do model and all. So apart from whatever you are going to learn here, you can also have short videos, some notes. Okay. Those are things around there. Do you guys know what is SAP notes by any chance? I hope you know. So SAP notes are basically frequently released updates. Okay. In terms of next steps and all. So that's SAP notes. Okay. It may have a solution. It may suggest something to do by yourself. Okay. So that whatever you wanted to do, you can do it from here. If you wanted to go to the video library, from the help, you can go to the video library. You will all have see different things from the thing, from the tool. Okay. How to connect data, how to do everything is there.
So do we get SAP notes for SSC also?
Yes, we get.
And where are those?
So you need to go SAP knowledge base website. SAP knowledge base. Okay, you have a support portal there. You have to log in with here. If you wanted to say, if you want here, you have to log in first. You have to should have a particular a login ID. You can register yourself. Maybe the ID that you have created now that may work because that's a unique ID now nowadays. So say for example SSC planning data action to type. She's asking for a login. You need to get a universal ID. So if you have a universal ID, I do have, but I cannot. It's in my another laptop, so I cannot recall it. But if you have an ID, you can go to the notes and you can get all the notes that is relevant for that. Okay, that you can browse. So here also like some notes you are seeing, right? That notes you can always download. And if you have a feedback to SAP, you can give it through this button, feedback button. Then does that answer your question, Shadia?
Where are those notes right now here?
So right now, let me see if there is any notes. Yeah, there are some notes I was seeing.
And how and when are those useful?
So notes are basically specific scenarios, right? Say for example, some notes may give you solution, some notes give you alternative way to do it. Notes are basically useful whenever you are stuck with something. It's not how to, it's something.
I understand, but do we need it more for a configuration purpose or is it like for visualizations also?
No, mostly configuration. In SAP Analytics Cloud, mostly configuration.
Yeah, that's okay. All right.
Mostly configuration. So whatever you get, so whatever you have into the visualization, you will already get to see. But tools like these, when I said about like BW4 HANA or things like that, if you wanted to achieve particular functionality in the database layer, we definitely refers to nodes. Some nodes are also educational. Okay. Say for example, they said how will you do partition? What is primary partition and secondary partition in database? What is the standard way of SAP doing? So those some nodes are knowledge based. That's why it is called SAP knowledge base. It's not always actionable. Some are also for knowledge purpose, educational purpose. Okay.
Okay.
Then you have this button called discussion. Now this is a very important thing. At the home page you will get this button. If you wanted to add a discussion, start. Please say for example you have some users here. You can see there are some more users are there. You wanted to tell something okay to somebody. Say for example G0. Say for example him. You wanted to say, and then say. Sorry, I just wanted to select one. So for example, this. Okay. This participant is invited to a discussion. Okay. Now you can type your message here. Hi, how are you doing? Right? Were you able to complete the task last night? Okay, you can send this message to him. It will go. Once he replies, you will see it here. So this is itself. This tool is itself self-sufficient of doing whatever you wanted. Now, if he replies, generally instead of emails, you can do this also. Okay. So that's why it is interactive as well. Then comes the notification bar, and here you can see your system. Some notifications will come from SAP standard. Okay. Some notification will come from your action. Okay. Sorry, I'll just close it. From your action. So here you can see this notification is being pushed by SAP saying new features are available. So every fortnightly small release happens in SAP Analytics Cloud. That's the target. And every quarterly major releases happen. Now whether your system will acquire those fortnightly or quarterly or yearly or half yearly, it depends on your organization policy. Because you are being licensed to a particular SAP Analytics Cloud system, what way you wanted to upgrade your system, that's up to you. Right? So this is what is the notification is helpful. Then comes something called search to insight. I'll not talk about search to insight now. I'll talk a little later. Okay. Then you have something called search. If you wanted to search anything on the SAP Analytics Cloud, you can search it here. Typing. Say for example, my dashboard. Right now you might not get. You can see anything starting with AM is basically coming. You can search. So this basically search the entire platform. Okay, entire platform is search. So this is how it is. You can see all these things got searched wherever AM is there. Whether it's a data model, whether it's a story, how you will understand this is a data model, this is a story. Okay, so that's what it does. So these are the.
So the difference between help and search is like for help we can get the topics, and for search it's more like software based.
Yes, search is basically searching this SAP Analytics Cloud tenant. So it's kind of like help is a reference. Suppose you are reading a book, right?
Yeah.
And if you wanted to search a keyword in that book, then you will do it here. Now you wanted to know more details about a topic in that book, then you go to help and try to find something here.
Okay.
So this is basically more of a tutorials. This is basically a search capability within that system. Okay. So this is your home page. This is not nothing fancy here. It's very simple, and you can understand. Okay. Next, on the left corner, there are 3 bars, which is called expand navigation bar. If you click on that, you can see this got expanded. And here you can see files, stories, analytical applications, data analyzer, digital boardroom, dataset, modeler, more other things, security, connections, systems. All these things are there. Few more you might be seeing in your licensed version. Okay, like workspace. There's some few more you may see in your licensed version, which is not here. But the majority of the things are there. Okay. First thing I will talk to you about. I'll go to home screen one more time. Here. First thing I will talk to you is this system. If you click on that, there are about. If you click on the about, you will learn what is the system name, what is its version, what is the last committed version, when it was last built, and what is the library it is using. So this is the information about the system. It's like Windows XP or Windows 2010 or something like that. Okay. It gives you the about information about the system. Okay. And these numbers, whatever hexadecimal numbers, it has a implication. It has a meaning in the SAP side because SAP is hosting this, right? And then it is the APM library, and when it was built, it is. So this is system. Now, if you go here, there is something called benchmark tool. You click on that. So this benchmark tool, you can see this is basically used by admin or basis team. I hope you know what is basis in SAP world. SAP is basis team is nothing but the admin team. So now you can see run client test. If you wanted to do a client test, you can quickly run a client test. How the client is performing here. Client means this SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay. It is performing. It is running a lot of script in the background. You will generally you will not do this. You will not have access to this in your organization, but it is for the basis purpose. Okay. Let's see what is the output of this. Takes some time to run. So system benchmark score is 29. If you click on that, code is greater than 75, excellent. So it has some parameter, inherent parameter on which it gives you a score. Okay, multiple benchmark. So it is that. Then run network test. How your network is performing. So you can see network latency to 123 milliseconds. And it is running further. Download bandwidth and upload bandwidth it will tell. Take some time. Okay. You can see it has got told the 11.5 Mbps download bandwidth. Now it is calculating the upload bandwidth. So these occasionally is required to understand how your system is performing, and if there is any improvement required, you can your admin team will contact your SAP people to make it up and running and things like that. Okay, that's what it is.
So upload bandwidth is basically when we are uploading a file or something, right?
Uploading a file or something is correct.
Yes. Okay.
But this is something you will not be very much cautious about. You as long as it is working fine for you, you will not be cautious about. But if it is becoming so slow, you can tell some your admin team that is so slow. So then the admin team will run this initial checks, and they might contact SAP to check where it is going wrong. I know.
So like if, for example, download bandwidth is very good, but if upload is not as good, so it's something to get improved by SAP.
Yes, because it's a cloud
Okay.
hosted by them. They can suggest.
Okay.
This is turning longer time. I'll cancel it. Okay, will come on.
Yeah.
So these are the system tools. Okay. Now after that you have something called connections. After that something is there, like some more things are there, security and all. I'll come to that a little later. But I wanted to show you after the home screen. If I go to the home screen, you go to the files, this particular view. So in this particular view, okay, I guess in that there are a lot of stories being built by somebody else. I don't know. Maybe they are giving a shared. SAP is also giving a shared tenant for us. Okay, anyway. So everywhere you will see this particular folder in your My Files is common, public, and it has a meaning. Whatever you see here, so there are three important things always common in your things. One, and which is not editable. You can see public, samples, and input forms. These three will be common to all users, and whatever you create inside that is not common. Okay. Now this public is something, if you create anything within the public, that is accessible by anybody and everybody in the organization who is having the access to SAP Analytics Cloud. This particular tenant, public folder, as the name suggests, is a public thing. Everybody can access whatever story, whatever things you have inside that. Everybody, right? Say for example, this one. If you have a story here, as I can access, if you have the access to the same tenant, you can also access this. There is no restriction. Okay, right? You can see a story here, right? You can see this story. This is the story. Everybody and anybody can access that. It has a separate page. It's taking to the liquidity page. Okay. So that's where the importance of the public folder, right? All these things. But if you do not have access to these stories, you cannot access those. Okay. Now coming to this My Files, on the left side you will see all the My Files that you are seeing. This is a kind of a folder, you can imagine. Is the starting point. Then you have favorites. Then you have featured files. Then you have systems. If you click on that, anything related to the system, if you have here, and this is basically deleted files. If you delete something, first it comes here. From if you delete, everything is got deleted. It's like a recycle bin in Windows. Favorites are something like where you store your favorites things, which you can access from here as well. Okay. So this is favorite. And then featured files. If you have any files which you wanted to feature, then you can have that. Okay. So that's you can do. Now, if I go back to My Files, here are a bunch of options at the top. First option, plus. You can, from here, you can create a story, analytical application, model, dataset, point of interest, content link, predictive scenarios. All these I will discuss in details, and that's the subject. If you wanted to create anything new, suppose you wanted to create a story, it will take you to the story page. Suppose you wanted to create a model, it will take you to the model page. Okay. Suppose you wanted to create a dataset, it will take you to the dataset page. Okay. So everything and anything that you wanted to create here is possible from this plus button. Then comes, if you wanted to create a folder, like a public, you wanted to create a folder, say for example, my project. You can create a my project folder. Then if you click on a my project, and if you wanted to edit, you can also edit my project details. Okay, I edited. The description here, if you see, got changed from my project to my project details. Okay, so that's how it is. Then if I click here, if you wanted to share this particular folder with somebody and click on that, here is the option comes. So if you wanted to give it to some user, say for example, I wanted to give a particular user, a list of user will be shown here. If you say okay, then you can share their story. And what is the right you wanted to give, whether you wanted to give edit, full control, or custom. If you say custom, then you can say update, create, delete, share, and all those different options will come. If you give full, automatically all those options that you seen in the custom will be ticked by default if you give full. But if you give view, only particular options will be selected. Now within this folder, like as I said, I was trying to share my project. If you have subfolders, if you wanted to share those also, you can click on them. And then if you wanted to send an email to that person, that you can also do. All the person's email address is configured in the SAC Analytics Cloud. So when you create a user into the SAP Analytics Cloud, some basic fields are required, like display name and email address. Without an email address, you cannot create. So if you wanted to email, automatically the email address through which the users were created, that will get the notification of the sharing the folder will go to that email address. And then if you click on this share, it will get shared. Then someday when that particular user logs in, and he will see also my project into their screen. Okay, that's the sharing button. Okay, and then there is an option called publish to catalog, which is kind of grayed out because of this is a licensed version. You can, and because of probably you don't have the rights. Okay, if you publish in the catalog, if you go in this catalog folder, you will be able to see that. Now what is catalog? Catalog is somewhere where you publish high level stories and everything. Okay. Now comes the third button. If you click on this, there is an option called copy to. So this is not cut paste, this is a copy paste. Okay, if you copy to, it will ask you another name. It will allow you to put another name and copy that folder or story. You can also click a story as well. So how will you understand what is story, what is folder? Folder, this is a folder, this is a story. These are data models, black ones. Okay, and I'll tell you what are those in details. If you click on this, you can also copy that story, but right now it is because of the license version, it is not allowing me. Probably yes. So if you click on the folder, because I created it, and also for the fact it is not allowing, why? Because these stories might not be shared with me for editing. This story might have been shared with me only for viewing purpose. Okay, so that, and because I have created this particular folder by myself, that's why I'm able to copy and delete.
So only the ones that we create, we are able to share. If someone shares with us a story which is for view, We cannot share that view with someone else.
No, you can share. No, you cannot. You cannot share. That person can share again with that. But if that person who has shared the story with you with full control, then you can delete and copy it.
Okay.
Right. So these stories might not have been. I don't know like why this tenant is being given to me as a free license version, because somebody might be as already using, but SAP has their own way. So if I share this particular thing to you right now with the full control, then you will able to delete or modify.
Got it. Yeah.
Then comes the next option, draft the data. I'll if you wanted to draft the data, you have not saved any draft data yet, create a new model, upload the data. So if you wanted to have if you have a draft data or an Excel uploaded into the system, then you can click on those draft data and see that. Okay. All right. Then it is a refresh button. It will refresh the page, the sub page, not the entire page, sub page. Then upload. If you wanted to upload a file, okay. So say for example, I wanted to upload this file. It will get uploaded. So you can see this file got uploaded. Exercise 2. Okay. This file got uploaded. If you click on that, again that file can be downloaded. If you wanted to store that file into the cloud, you can also do that. I'll delete it. Okay. Once you delete it, it comes here in the deleted folders. You can see. If you wanted to restore back, you can just click on this. Restore back. It will come to restore back. Original location or a new location. That is also you can. It is possible. It's like a recycle bin. Okay.
Yeah.
Go back. Then comes the view. So here in this layout, what are the columns you wanted to see? I don't wanted to see the owner. Automatically owner is out. I don't wanted to see created on. Automatically created on in all. I don't want to say changed on. Automatically it is out. I wanted to see, say for example, featured or not. Or I wanted to see like restore default. Everything is defaulted. Whatever is default version. Okay. That you can do. What are the columns you wanted to see? Now there are filter buttons. If you wanted to see only stories, not the model, you can click on that. Everything will be stories. If you wanted to see only models, you can remove that, and then you can just click on models. It will show you all the models that is available. But it is towards that local folder. Now I am in the my file location. It will filter on there. Okay, like that. If you wanted to click on digital boardroom, it will show. There is no digital boardroom, that's why it is not showing. I unselect the model, it will not show. But by default, your folders will be shown. And these 3 folders would be must be shown always. So then I'm clearing all. Everything can be shown. Then if you wanted to search something, say suppose there are many stories you have created, and I wanted to filter on new story. Nothing is there. Say for example, new story. You can see it will search. It will search. And it will show you what are the results out of that. It's like a Windows search we do. Right? These are the options.
Yeah.
Having said that, all these other options are remain intact. So these are the different options on the My Files feature. Now, if you further, you can also see, you can also filter here the files you own. That only it will see. If you want, if it is anything being shared with you, that only you wanted to see. You can see now I am not able to see my folder, my project folder, because I have created only shared with me. If you wanted to see all files, it will show everything. So these are the different navigation paths through which you can navigate. Okay. That's how it, like when you log into the SAP Analytics Cloud, this is how it looks like. So very simple interactive things. Okay. Now we'll slowly get into slowly deep dive into it further, and we'll see what are the different other features are there, and we'll go initially the theoretical part, and then I'll start showing you the system. Okay, so I hope these buttons are very much clear with you, all of you, and then what is there in the home screen and all. Right. One of the other thing I wanted to show you here is that suppose you open, say, go to my files and say I'm just creating one. Say for example, I'm just opening first story. Somebody created it. I just opened it. Okay. I'm really not doing right now anything. So I just wanted to go here and click on this, and let's see what it opens. Created gross amount, but it doesn't have data. See a good story. If anybody has created. After that, we'll create our own, obviously, but just to show you one feature. Let me go to a smaller one. One more thing you have to understand. There are in certain stories you can see here some mobile sign is there. Right? That means these stories are mobile supported. Now, all the stories in SAC are not mobile supported. Which are mobile supported and which are not, I will come to tell you in future classes. And then you can see if you select here, there is a share button. Now you can see this particular model or this particular story is shared with me only viewing rights. So I am not able to share further. And if you wanted to keep it in favorite, you just click on this star. It will get added into your favorites. Okay. And beside that, you can see there is some options called open in story view mode, open in Explorer. I'll talk about story view and Explorer a little later when we talk about stories. Okay. So these are the buttons you can see beside the stories are also there. You can directly use those to do things. Let me see if I can run some. Now suppose you have run this debate story. Okay. There is something called debate story. And I don't know like how many pages there. I wanted to show you something where you have charts. Yeah. So here you can see this particular chart. You think that this chart is every day you are going to use, and you need to see it at the very first in the morning. Okay. So what you can do from here, I don't know like why that option is not coming. Let's check chart. Should have. No, I think what I'm trying to show it is not showing here. I'll create the story and I will show you. I think these stories are creating differently because I don't have the rights, probably that's why. So basically what I'm trying to say, from any charts on a story, right, you can pin that chart into your home page here. So like this sample bar chart is pinned here, like you can delete it also, but from any story, if you see like one particular chart is important for you for every day, you can pin it in your home page. So there is an option called comes pin to home page. Okay. Right. Got my point? I'll show you when I create the story, how can you pin it to home page. Okay. So that brings to like the first understanding of the overview of SAP Analytics Cloud, where exactly it stands, and how does it looks like and all, and how the tools look and features on the very first go. I'll take a pause here if you have any question on this tool. Then we'll go into deep dive and I'll further get into details. Any question?
Not from my side.
Okay. Francis, you have anything? Marilyn?
Nothing for now. Thank
Okay,
you.
fantastic. Are you able to all? Am I going fast or slow? Do you want it to go fast or slow? Let me know. And one more thing, I just wanted to tell you, as you are also creating the license, taking the trial versions or trying to do that, you also practice along with me, and you show me if you are stuck somewhere. That way, it will be interactive and it will be like very easily. Like if you face any issues, we can very easily solve. So with
I,
that,
uh,
hmm,
sorry, I have one question.
yeah.
So if there's the file I can see in recent files, it's a story, but I don't see it in the folders. How do I get that moved to a folder?
Where do you see the recent files? Here.
So if I click on the stories on the left side,
Mhm.
under the apps, no, you are
Uh,
on files.
maybe.
Yes. So
Okay.
here, if I see a file, but I don't see it in my files folders.
Oh, okay, okay. So basically, this keeps us tracks of what you recently opened. Okay. Now, if you see this got opened from my files, whereas this got opened from this folder structure.
Oh,
It
so the
basically,
folder was.
yeah, you can see this is the folder structure. Okay. This is the path. If you open into the link, new link, you will see the path. It will taking you to the story, but I'll tell you this is the path. You can see it.
Okay.
So this is the path. You can just hover on it. I think you can click on this. You can see this is the path. My files, public workshop, and inside workshop, reimagine half day workshop template. This is the path. So if you go
Okay.
here, my files, sorry, public
Workshop.
workshop, yes, reimagine templates, you'll get that story. End of exercise.
Okay.
So this basically keeps a track of what you have accessed recently. Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing else. You will also get to see that into the models as well. If you go to the modeler, you will see what is the recent model you have accessed.
Okay.
So with that, as I was telling, like you guys also start practicing with me. Get geared up with this license version. Sorry, trial version. Probably if you don't want to touch anything on your organization licensed version, you can always use this. Okay. Okay. So with that, I will go move forward with next module, which is your connections and models. Okay. And this is important to understand in terms of what are the different connections possible, what are the like model, and model takes a little bit of time to understand, and I really want all of you to practice models with me so that you understand what is possible and what is not. So I'll start with connection. Let me see if there is anything left here. Okay, so I'll just quickly do this assessment and then uh, stop. Okay. Okay. Can anybody answer this question? I mean to say it's just a question answer. And after that, will take break and we'll come to come after the break and we'll start with the models and connections. Okay. So first thing, which of the following features are included in SAP Analytics Cloud? Wanna give it a try?
Stories and models.
Stories and models. Yes, correct. Does it not allow calculation mobile app?
It does allow, but I wasn't sure about embedded thing. How much embedded it means. Yes, we
Uh,
do have calculations in SSE. We do connect it to mobile app. We have calendar. We have security. So all of the above.
all of the above. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Select the types of decision makers from the following that are assisted in SAP Analytics Cloud: strategic decision, operational, tactical.
Of the above.
Types.
All of the above, correct? Yes. choose the option from the following for using SAP Analytics Cloud, exclusively cloud-based, hybrid, on-premise, and cloud solution, both in A and B, hybrid, off-premise, and cloud solution.
C.
C, yes, correct. Okay. Then which of the following activities you can perform after selecting a tile or node?
D.
D, yes, navigate to a story, exactly. So this is how here, this is the tile. You can
Oh,
from
this
here
is a tile.
you can navigate to a story like I am doing right here, got navigated to a story. Now you can also create a note, my to-do list, and these are the things. Sorry. Navigate to a story, edit note. You can always edit,
Okay.
and you can always delete a
Note.
for a tile from here. Then you made a story and intend to share it with external agent who does not have SAP Analytics Cloud. You choose to save the story as a file. Which file type can be included? I have not told this, but still you can try if you want.
B. Either
Story.
B or D.
B or D. Mind it is a story.
PDF.
PDF. Yeah, exactly. PDF. Right. SAP's business technology platform joins all elements of data processing into one seamless experience. True or false?
True.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. True. You want to build a story and utilized the embedded help function in SAP Analytics Cloud to support you. What is offered by embedded help?
Did help function.
Guided help tutorials.
Okay.
So can you explain this question?
Yes. So he's saying that you want to build a story and utilize the embedded help function, okay, in SAP Analytics Cloud to support you. So basically, it is talking about this help function.
Oh, okay. It has
Now I'll
videos
click
and
it.
it has help. Yeah.
It has videos. It has also
Yeah.
guided help tutorials. Okay.
Yeah.
B and D. You have produced story bookmark. I have not shown what is story bookmark yet. Your colleague says that it's possible that you share this bookmark. Is this statement true or false? I have not really talked about.
Maybe false. Because it's
let's check this.
if it's a story that is not shared, how can he see the?
No, is saying that your colleague says that it's possible to share this bookmark. Imagine that like assume that a story is also shared with him. He just wanted to share the bookmark in the story.
Even if it's just view.
Yes, even if it's just
So okay, then true.
could be. I am also not sure on this. I'll have to check.
Okay.
Let's see. In which of the following editions of SAP Analytics Cloud? Okay, Enterprise Edition, Embedded Edition, Business Edition. So yeah, I can give it a try. Wild guess probably.
C maybe.
I think it's Enterprise Edition B.
B.
There is nothing
Okay.
called Embedded Edition. There is nothing called Business Edition. The Enterprise. Then comes which of the following options are included in SAP Analytics Cloud? Enterprise Planning, Augmented Analytics, Business Intelligence. All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above.
Correct. The answers
Oh, they have the answers.
Yeah, they have the answers. So
Can you check for the view one? 8.
8 is saying A. It is true. You can
Okay,
share
so
the
it means okay.
Okay. So so as the next module, what we are going to study in the next module is this connection and data models. Okay. And connections is very important in terms of creating your data model, and it has a significance, in SAP Analytics Cloud. So as I said on the very starting, like SAP Analytics Cloud is capable of connecting to different systems, whether on-premise or cloud. We'll see the capability of SAP Analytics Cloud in the next few slides. So with that, let me go to the slideshow mode. Let me know if it's. So here, this is what we are going to do, overview of connections in this particular class. And we'll see where the connections are, like basically used and which scenario what connections could be. So this is the agenda: connections of the SAP Analytics Cloud, live import BTP collection, user expertise, connection screen, and supported connections and all. In SAP Analytics Cloud, it is as a software services that enables on-premise and cloud data sources. Okay, both can be accessed. Now, furthermore, SAP Analytics Cloud provides live connection and acquisition connection, which is also called import connection. There are two ways of accessing the data located anywhere in your information system. So basically, there are two connections. One is import connection or acquired connection, and one is live connection. Okay. Now, imagine you have an on-premise database system, and you wanted to connect to that system directly. Then you have to create import connections. I will tell you the features of import connection and live connections in a bit. So in that case, if you wanted to create a direct connection with the box, on-premise box, you will use a live connection. And if you wanted to load the data from that third-party system or on-premise system into your SAP Analytics Cloud in batch mode, then you will use import connections. Now, in SAP Analytics Cloud, planning is only possible in import connection. I said that there is a features SAP Analytics Cloud supports, which is planning. Planning is only possible on import connection, model build on import connection. It is not possible to build any planning model based on live connection. So every planning model has to be created through import connection. Now, what is the difference between import connection and live connection? We'll see as we go on. What is live connection first? Let us understand. Data is in the live connection. You are just connecting to the another system. So, for example, you are connecting to your BW4 HANA system or BW system. You are basically connecting to your BW system, and in the process of connecting, you are giving some connection parameters, some configuration details, username, password. Okay, but after you connect, your data does not goes into cloud. Your data does not go to the SAP Analytics Cloud. It stays in the on-premise. Only the metadata gets transferred. I mean to say, suppose you have a BW query or BW cube, information about that query or cube will get passed on to SAC. And during the runtime of the SAC dashboard, it will pull the data. Not any point of time your raw data will get passed to SAP Analytics Cloud in live connection here. So that's why I say no data is stored in SAC. Data is always stored into your on-premise system, from where you wanted to get the data. It will never get passed to SAC. Second important thing, if you have a security enabled in your on-premise system, say for example in this case BW4 HANA, the same security would be applicable in SAC as well. So SAC supports the native security setting of the third-party system or the source system in case of live connection. Okay. So any point of time, there are three advantages in terms of live connections. One is your data never goes out of the on-premise box, raw data basically, I would say. Your data is never, the net data is never stored into SAC, which is a cloud application hosted by SAP. Anybody can access. If there is a security breach can be happen. And the third thing, any security that is applied on the data model in the BW underlying on-premise system, that security will be intact. Whether it is a data level security, whether it is Excel level security, anything. Okay. And in case of live connection, all of the data stays here to the live connection. Only virtual model is there. So you do not really have to build a data model from scratch. It will connect to the on-premise system, and you will be asked to create a model, right? But that model will automatically get created. You don't have to define anything exclusively into SAP Analytics Cloud. That's how it works. Right? Any questions on this? Okay, and move forward. With live connection, you can create models from data sources in on-premise or cloud systems, build stories based on the models, and perform online analysis without storing your data in the cloud. So you are not storing any data in the cloud, you can directly build a model. It will exactly replicate the structure of the third-party system on which you are connecting that particular models, like structure. The feature allows SAP Analytics Cloud to be used in scenarios where data cannot be stored into the cloud for security or privacy reasons. Say, for example, a banking client. They don't want it to let their data out of their on-premise system to SAP Analytics Cloud system. So that can be used through live connection. And mostly live connection in your project, mostly you will, for the reporting purposes, mostly you will use live connections. Okay. Very rarely you will use import connection unless and until you are doing a planning activity. Then there are two types of live connection, and these, trust me, these connections and everything, you will not work very frequently. It will be set. It is a one-time setup, will be done by your admin, and you will be using those. You don't even, like in your organization, you will not even being allowed to touch this. Security will restrict. Okay, unless and until you are an admin guy. So in a live connection, there are two options of live connection. One is direct connection, one is tunnel connection. So in case of direct live connection, what happens? You have a BW server, okay, and there is a firewall in your organization. BW server stays inside that, okay, and you basically send your there is a reverse proxy setup, okay. This is to be studied in very details. It is a basis topic. Reverse proxy setup is being done. Instead of the forward level proxy, there is a reverse proxy, okay. So that proxy basically invokes the data into the BW server and get transferred to SAC. So the browser here, in the browser level, there would be like in the server level, there would be proxy setup being done, which is called a reverse proxy, and through reverse proxy you will get to connect to the BW server. Okay. Then comes to the import connection. Import connection is basically some connection which is you have to define your model into the SAC. Your data gets out of the on-premise to SAC tenant. Okay, data is duplicated. That way, data is duplicated. Whatever you have in your third-party system, that data is also get uploaded into your SSE. So this is duplication. That means there is some storage also in SSE required. Okay, in case of import connection. Security in SSE access data controller. So there is no security being implied from the on-premise box. If you have an on-premise box security, that will not get replicated here, and you have to create your own security. Okay. And unlike your virtual model, persistent planning models do contain data. So the planning model will contain data, and model will you have to create explicitly into the SAC Analytics Cloud system. Okay. So here on-premise data is here. Through import connection, you will create a persistent model. That means persistent means the data also stays into that model, and the data goes out of the enterprise system to that model. Okay, so that's why the duplication of data happens. This is SSE, this is your BW4 HANA, say for example. Okay, so import connection, data is imported, that is copied to SAP Analytics Cloud, and changes made to the data in the source system do not affect the imported data. So suppose in case of live data, what happens? You at a time right now you created a you have say for example have a data which is having a amount, say against the amount is $100. Few minutes back another transaction, few minutes after another transaction takes place, and the amount is added with $10. So $110. Report will immediately show $110. Okay, the dashboard will immediately show $110. But in case of import connection, there is a bad jobs are set. After that jobs is done, then only the data will get updated. Otherwise not. Okay. So that's the one thing we need to keep in mind in import connection. Okay. Setup of SAP BTP connectivity, cloud connector, and SAP Analytics Cloud agent is required when creating a import data connection to system. So here the import connection is not as straightforward as we have seen here, right? With a reverse proxy. Here the import connection needs a cloud connector and a cloud agent. Needs to be installed into the third-party system. Okay. Now to the system types such as business warehouse, SAP business planning and consolidation. That means business BPC can also be connected with SAC through import connection. Okay. Thereafter, you have business intelligence of universe, SAP ERP, SQL database, success factor, workforce analytics, OData, SAP Concur, Salesforce.com, SAP Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery, and File Server. These many places you can use to get the import connection. From here, you can get the data. So these are the import connection you can see. So if you see here, if you wanted to connect SAP BPC, Business by Design, BW4, now you can tell BW4 HANA is also capable of connecting to the live connection. Yes, it is also capable of live connection. It is also capable of doing import connection. Similarly, S4 HANA, similarly SAP HANA here, similarly S4 HANA, right? It is capable of doing both the connection. Now, what is the difference between SAP HANA and S4 HANA? If you go back to this picture here that I draw, this is the difference. This is SAP HANA is more or less, OLAP. S4 HANA is OLTP. Okay, it is capable of connecting both. Now, when you see the connection here, SAP Analytics Cloud, it goes to the BTP cloud connector through the analytics agent. It connects to the on-premise sources. What are the on-premise sources? These are the on-premise sources: Dow Jones, SAP Universe, SuccessFactors, S4 HANA, Integrated Business Planning, IBP, Fieldglass, ERP, Concur. So you can see majority of the things are SAP. Okay. Having said that, there are non-SAP sources are also there, like Dow Jones and Google Drive and all. Okay. Now, what is cloud agent and what is cloud connector? So you see, right here is the customer network, the on-premise network, SAP BPC NetWeaver, say OData and all, SAP BW and all those things are there. So what happens? You have a cloud connector which connects, and the agent is basically transfer the data. Okay, these two together works to get the data out of on-premise box to SAP Analytics Cloud. This is public domain. This is customer's network. So in this import connection, your data is always in the public domain because it is in the cloud. Okay. If you are doing planning, you have to use this connection. If you are doing analytics only, you may not use this unless and until your source system is not capable of doing live connection. Now, what is cloud connector and cloud agent? Do you have any question? Yeah. Any question?
Can you please repeat this part that what can the last part that you mentioned?
So I'm saying that import in case of live connection, data does not goes out of your firewall. Okay. In case of import connection, data goes out and the public domain. You can see data here. So whatever data you have, you also goes out to SAP Analytics Cloud.
So you may, and then you said that for planning purposes, it's better to have import data and
no,
for
not better. Planning data model only supports import connection. There is no planning possible in live connection in SSE as on today.
And for live connection, it's only used for analytical purposes.
Yes. Okay. So if your organization is doing planning, you always have to use import connection.
Yeah. Well, one of our challenges in that area is we deal with a lot of more transactional, lower level data. And our experience with SAC in the live connection is it's slow and it doesn't meet our performance expectations. So when we're dealing with a lot of detailed transactional data, we're tending to use import models more because that's the only way we can get the performance that we need right now.
Correct. And yes, that's one of the things you will have to use the import connection for. But if you are using live connection, optimization it can be possible. Optimization both at the on-premise boxes like BW4 HANA or BPC, whatever you are connecting, their optimization is possible. And it is suggested that like as I said here in the very beginning, right? These tools, right? These tools are meant for management reporting on a very higher level reporting. If you go to the detail level, the performance is going to be having a problem. If you really wanted to go for detail level reporting, analysis for office is something which you can try. That's an Excel based tool. It can support around 500. I'm just recalling the number. Some 500 million records, or some not 500 million, I would say 500 million cells it can support probably. I'll give you the exact number. That's where it plays a good role, but that is Excel. That's a tabular format of report you will get, not the visualization. So that's why whenever you are using SSE, we need to fix the granularity as much as high as possible. And in case of live connection, if you give like the queries having a lot of parameters, that way you can reduce the volume and increase the performance of it. That's what I can say. Okay, so moving forward, the cloud connector compared to the approach of opening the ports in the firewall and using reverse proxies in the customer domain to establish access to on-premise system, the cloud connector has the following. So this is basically a comparison with this methodology. Here you need to open the proxy, you need to open the port to get connected with the system, and it's a reverse proxy. Reverse proxy gives you a more secured connection. Okay, only when it is invoked from the internet, then only it gets established, otherwise not. It's not a forward looking proxy whether the port is always open. When you reverse proxy send, then a connection established and proxy response gets sent into the internet browser that is mean SSE, and both tunnel get created and then pass through happens. Okay, in this. But in this case, what is happening? The firewall in this case, you are basically using cloud connector. So cloud connector connects the system between two, and cloud agent basically pass the data. The firewall on the on-premise network does not have to be opened and inbound port to establish connectivity of SAP Analytics Cloud to an on-premise system. In the case of permitted outbound connection, no modification are required. So the SAP BTP Cloud Connector allows the identity of cloud user to be propagated on-premise system. So basically, Cloud Connector passes the identity that this system wants to connect with your on-premise system, and in the on-premise system that identity is maintained, that is matched automatically, it get open. And BTP Cloud Connector is easy to install and configure. It comes with a low total cost of ownership and fits. So SAP Analytics Cloud basically comes with its own cloud connector. You really don't need to worry about this much. Okay, so cloud connector is one of the way of connecting to the connecting to the your on-premise system for import connection. Now, SAP Analytics Cloud Engine is an on-premise data connectivity component that is used for the following: import data connections from SAP. So that's why I said SAP Cloud Connector establishes the connection. Cloud agent basically pass through the data. Just can import the data connections from SAP Business Warehouse, Universe, ERP, SQL database, file server, and so on. Okay. So these are the two different methodologies. Now, when to use what type of connection? Obviously, where you need more security, you don't want it to pass on the data from the on-premise system to any of the SAP Analytics Cloud platform. There you need to use you need to choose live connection. But if you need less data privacy, or if you are doing planning, then you have to use import connection. Okay, and if you wanted to have performance, probably in those cases, you can think of whether the live connection will meet your requirement or not, as Madeline said. Okay, customers need to decide on which connection type to set up according to their own needs. As you evaluate which connection type to use, consider the following: functional needs, that means whether you are doing planning or not; data privacy constant, whether the privacy you wanted to maintain or not, or are you okay with pushing the data to SAP Analytics Cloud? That one of the thing. And then the data volume constant, how much volume you were expecting. These three things makes the important decision. But in my knowledge, whichever client I have worked for, mostly use live connections, because any change that happens into the on-premise system, you do not have to wait for the batch load of the data. It is automatic, and that's why people prefer live connection. Coming to the point of performance, yeah, there are performance issues that can be mitigated in different way by increasing the number of parameter, asking the user to pinpoint the data which you wanted to show in the dashboard, give more mandatory parameters into the dashboards, and all those things. Okay. Then how to choose a connection type? Direct live connection versus standard line connection. Here we showed in this slide. Yeah, there are two types of live connection: direct versus live. When to choose what? It says direct live connection perform analysis without data replication. Confidential data stays in the customer landscape. This is the natural thing. End-to-end SSO. You can also single sign-on is possible. Low latency near real time. Leverages existing investment built in source system. So this is direct live connection. Okay. And tunnel live connection, ideal if your organization wants to expose some of your data to the user outside of your corporate network, like VPN and all. If you have the VPN, then you have to create a VPN tunnel. That's where it will come. Data is temporarily moved to SAP Analytics Cloud. Tunnel connection are slower than direct live connection. CORS configuration has to be maintained. This is a specific configuration in the server that you need to maintain. So now tunnel connection are not supported for live connection to the universe. So this type of connection is not supported for universes. So this is where these are the points you need to keep in mind. In this case, initially the data is temporarily moved to Analytics Cloud, and that is for creating the tunnel where from the data will flow in and flow out, but this is not permanent. And then the import connection leverages full SAP Analytics Cloud capability. Now here is one of the points, such as planning, smart predict, and all. Base for data preparation and blending scenarios, scheduled for data replication. This is one of the important thing you need to understand. Import connection leverages full SAP Cloud capabilities. That raises a question: does live connection cannot use all the facilities that SAP Analytics Cloud provides? Yes, correct. Some of the correct features is not possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Like I said, planning, number one. Probably the search to insight. Okay, predictive scenarios are not possible into the live connection. Those are not possible in the live connection data model. For that, you need to create import connections. Okay. But the con side is that it is a case scheduled data replication. It is not immediate. Whatever changes in the sources, it will not reflect immediate. Okay. How to choose a connection type? Tunnel connection, import connection. This is a comparison slide. I'll not go through it again. I'll not read it out, but this is the comparison slide. You can take a look. So this is the official SAP is published, like connection types, import data connection and live data connection. You can see all these things. It can also connect to the files, .txt, XLS, CSV, and all. We'll mostly use CSV in our example to show you all those things. Okay. So that's how it is. Data sources supported in case of live connection: SAP HANA, SAP S4 HANA, BW or BW4 HANA, BPC embedded, Universe Web Intelligence document, Data Warehouse Cloud, and other third party like via APOS Live Data Gateway. These are supported in your supported connection in case of live connection. These are the supported connection in case of import connection. SAP BW, BW4 HANA, BPC, Universe, ERP, Database, SuccessFactors, Concur. Here it is, you can see Dow Jones, Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery. This is the GCP connection. SAP HANA, S4 HANA, Qualtrics. Now, as I said, SAP BW is also possible in import as well as live. Now, why? Because if you are doing a planning on the SAP BW's cube, then you have to create import connection. So that's the reason. User expertise. These are the different user expertise. SAP Analytics Cloud system owner. System owner is basically the owner of the system. And in the SAP Analytics Cloud, there could be only one system owner. Only one person can be system, only one user. I'll not say person, only one user can be system owner. Data source expert, connectivity, who will be basically these are admins. Network expert, this is also falls under the admins. Security expert, that is falls under the security. That means these three are basically admins. Information system architects, they are the super users in SAP Analytics Cloud. And application expert, they are the specific application expert. Now, a user can be assigned with a different roles. Like some user can do planning, some user can do only analytics, some user can only do certain features. So that application expert wise, as per the need, the roles and everything will be added. Okay. How to create a connection? So this is a screenshot taken. This connection is basically shown how you can create an import connection. So if you can go to connect, and then you are say here it is given, and then this is how the connection options comes. So that is all about connections. Any question on connections? So generally in your day-to-day life, you will not be handling the connection. Mostly the admin will do the connection, and this is a one-time setup. Okay, and this one-time setup will be done by your admin. Now in the system, where will you see the connections? Here. If you go here you will be seeing the connection. There are some connection is already done, right? In this system, some live connection is also there. I don't know whether I'll be able to use that or not, but there are some. If you wanted to create a connection, admin will come to this connection tab and click a plus button. See, this is asking for what are the type of connection you will create. So this is basically connect to the live data. You can see these are the options: BPC, BW, Data Warehouse Cloud, and HANA, S4 HANA, SAP Universe, or OAB document. These are the acquired data. These are the possible connection is possible here. Okay. Now, if you wanted to see only SAP connection, you can see it is all the SAPs. These panels are for filtering purposes. Now, if you wanted to create a, say for example, a Google Drive connection, here it is asking for signing in. Okay, so you can sign in and create a Google Drive connections if you want, right? So I'll go back. If you wanted to create a SAP BW4 HANA connections, I think let me refresh one more time. I think so. I will just give this. SAP Analytics Cloud is not enabled in SAP BW. So that is one of the prerequisite. In the server SAP BW, SAP Analytics Cloud agent has to be there. So I was trying to show you in the Google Drive. I'll show you in a minute. We'll probably in the Google Drive. Suppose you wanted to connect to SAP HANA. You can see these are the connection parameters are coming that you need to give. What is the connection name? What is the description? What is the location of the connections? All these things. Host.
We don't have HANA yet. Just FY, we're still a couple years away from that. FY.
Yeah. So, but in case you want to connect, these are how you have to create a connection. Okay. If you wanted to delete any connection, once you click on this, you will see like there are a lot of options. Some of the options is grayed out here because I don't have all the access right now. Okay, so this is where basis will come in and create their own connections. Okay, some of the connections will be shared with us, some of the connection is not will be with us. Okay, any question on this?
I have a non-SAC question. When you say basis, we use that term basis here. What does that mean? I mean, what does basis mean?
Basis
it's a basic.
Basically admins.
Okay,
admins.
So basis refers to SAP admin in general.
Yes, SAP admins, but security is different. So in SAP world, basis is something who is taking care of the system. Security is somebody who is giving you accesses and setting up your access and all. So these are two different people, and they have their own different job, because SAP systems are so complex. Their landscape is so complex. Basis has specific activities, like they only take care of the system health, log, memory allocations, things like that. Security will create the users, their rights, they will create roles, which role to be assigned which particular user. Those are security people. So in case of SAP Analytics Cloud, it is the like basis people or the admin people. We call it admin here. They will be configuring this connection for you, and they will share you the details that this is the connection, and then you will use your own user ID and password to connect to the live connection, and also for the import connection. Okay, that's how it works. Clear so far? Okay, if this is clear, then let's move on. Next, we are going to create a model. But before that, I will just go through the overview of the model quickly. Data preparation, basic modeling. Okay. So once your connection is set up, is done, whether it is your import or export, import or live, you will have to create a model. Okay, always. Model is the basis for, I mean to say, not basis, but basis for your stories or your dashboards. Okay, whether you are connected to live connection or import connection, or import that is acquired connection, you have to create a model. Or you upload the data through a file, a CSV file or Excel file. You have to create a model. So now let's discuss what is a model. A model is a representation of business data of an organization or a business segment. You can use the model as the basis of your story. The modeler is the place where you can create, maintain, or load data into models. Okay. So I'll talk to you about the modeler in a bit. But so this model is basically the representation of the business data in an organized manner. Okay. Now in SAP Analytics Cloud, there could be two types of model. One is analytics model, one is planning model. And in terms of connection which it is using, one is live model, one is acquired model, imported model. I mean, I will not say imported model, a model connected to import connection, a model connected to the live connection. Okay. So whichever model is created on the live connection, you really have very little to do there. Nothing you can do, because all your model definition stays in the on-premise and you are just connecting. The metadata of that model gets transferred from the third-party source system. Okay. I'll just explain it to you here in a bit later. If you have a SAC model here, and you have, say, in SAP BW box, you have a sales cube. Okay. Sales cube, and in the sales cube, you have written monthly sales analysis report. You have created there. To use this sales analysis report, to use this sales analytics report in SAC, so this is your BW4 HANA. Right, to use your SAC, you will in SAC what you will do, you will create a model, then a story to represent it into the story, and maybe after that if you need digital boardroom, you will digital boardroom. But here you need the connection. In case of live connection, nothing of the monthly sales volume data doesn't go out. What happens? Okay, what is the query structure that get replicated from BW4 HANA to query structure here as model. This query structure get replicated here. Okay, as model. This is how it works. No data goes out. But if you are doing the same thing in a import connection, say for example, import connection, there is no query structure. You need to create a structure here as per the query structure here yourself. Create the model as per the structure of the monthly sales analysis. Okay, as per that, and then you through batch jobs you will load the data through batch jobs. There are batch jobs, but here it is not batch jobs, it's direct. Whenever you are running a story on top of this model, in turns it connects to this monthly analysis and pull the data. But here, whenever you are run a story on top of this model, what happens? Whatever data stored on this model in the SAC premise, SAC tenant, that data get represented. There is no connection. Connection only takes place only when the batch jobs get started and the data get transferred from here to here. Okay, so this is the difference between live model based on the live connection, and model based on the import connection. Clear? Any question?
Can you give an example to clarify a little bit more?
Yeah. Yeah. So you have, so in SAP, this is the example basically. If you see SAP BW4 HANA, right? In BW4 HANA, you have created a monthly sales analysis report. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you create a live connection on that, you are basically creating a model through a live connection for monthly sales analysis. The query, that structure is there, the metadata get involved here. The model doesn't store any data. It's just the metadata. It just keeps the metadata information.
Yes.
But in this case, when you create a query structure, you basically do not, after you connect to this system, before even you connect to the system, to this system, you have to create a model exactly same like this, and then map the fields one by one to this model for this monthly sales analysis, and then you have to schedule the batch jobs to get the data loaded. And here the data is resides in the model in case of this model.
In the import model, you have to map the, okay, yeah, that I remember. Okay, one question other than this is sales cube. When you're talking about that, do we have data? Sales cube is basically the data cube that has multi-dimensional data in it, right?
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand this structure. So it's like a table, but can be like kind of joined tables. Or
I'll tell you. So this sales cube, right?
yes,
Say for example, in case of BW4 HANA, it is basically called star schema. Okay? So there is a fact table in here, and beside that there are dimensions. Okay? Dimension. So what I will, every fact table is stays in between, and every, sorry, every fact is connected to a dimension. This is called star schema. Okay. In case of live connection, I'll tell you more detailed about the star schema in a bit when I start creating the model. You will see the star approach also. In case of live connection, this star schema resides in the SAP BW4 HANA system. I'm thinking that SAP BW4 HANA is the source for SSE. It could be SAP HANA as well. Okay, I'm taking you with the example with SAP BW4 HANA, which is widely used. So
if it's excuse me, if it's just ECC, just BW, SAP BW and not BW for HANA, then we cannot have sales cube, right? Because the structure is different in HANA.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
Yeah, that was my, okay.
So in case of it is not BW4 HANA, BW4 HANA has this own embed. Rather, I would say in the BW4 HANA also the star schema concept now got obsolete, because it's a primitive approach. After invention of SAP HANA, they are saying there is no concept of queue. Every data is live data, and I mean, so that is a deeper subject to understand.
Yeah.
Every data I can accumulate on the runtime. So I'm just trying to give you an analogy. So here in this particular type of connection, where you are using a live connection, your star schema basically resides into the BW4 HANA premise, which is basically get replicated into the model here, but just the metadata. You are not loading the data. But in this case, when you are using this, right, the import connection, you literally have to create a star schema in SAP Analytics Cloud, and then map each of the field of that monthly sales analysis cube one by one.
Yes.
Okay, that's what is the difference. That's what is the difference between any model created on the live connection and the import connection.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the star schema, and I will see like how star schema looks like. I mean to say, when I create a model on top of a import connection or from the scratch into the SAP Analytics Cloud, we will see that how that model looks like. Okay, in a star schema format. So coming back to the slide, so there are two types of model. One is model on an acquired connection and model on a live connection. In case of live connection, data is stored into the system. As I said, it is not copied into SAP Analytics Cloud, so any changes in the source data are available immediately, and if no structural changes are brought. Now, say for example, the sales cube structure in case of live connection got changed into the SAP BW4 HANA. and you are trying to run a story based on the model. What will happen? This will get broken, because until and unless you update the structure here as well and save it, it will get broken. Because suppose it has in current time it has 100 columns, and this sales cube got updated with 200 columns, another 110, another 10 columns. So then 10 columns are missing here. If those 10 columns are used in this story which are new, okay, say for example, then until and unless this model is updated, your query will be broken. So you have to make sure every time you do a change here, you also change here. Same is the case here as well, but here you have to, in this case, the effort of changing the model here is less because most of the effort spent here. But in this case, your effort is here as well as here as both. Okay. So these are the some of the things you will come to know when you start working with live connection, import connections, and all. Okay. These are the things. Now, moving forward to the next slide. What is a model? A model is a representation of large amount of business data, uses common business terminology like quantities for each clothing type and all those things. Examples, I'm not going into that. What is a model? This is the data set, you can see, and this data pictured above is a small subset of data. Typically our business would generate thousands of rows like this. Okay, and use a database query language such as SQL to create a model, dimension and measure our business data and manipulate them directly in the application. Creation of a model is crucial part of the data preparation. So we'll definitely see how to create the model, but one of the important thing here I wanted to tell you, as you can see, there are many columns and many things are there. Many rows are there. When you are trying to create a model, we need to take care of each of these definitions: customer number, neighborhood, order date, quantity, their data type and length and all. Now when I talk about metadata get transferred in the live connection, nothing but the data type and length that get transferred. Okay. Okay. Then what's in a model? And one of the important other thing is that in a model there are two things. One is dimension and another one is measure. Dimension is something called, say for example, customer is a dimension. Say for example, vendor is a dimension. Company code is a dimension. Company code. Profit center. Cost center. PL account. Count. All these things are measures. Measures are amount, quantity, and so on. So, so dimensions are anything against which a measure is being analyzed. A measure is something is a key performance indicator. Like, okay, this is the amount. This is the amount I have been. This is the total revenue. Revenue is a measure. Okay, and so on. So dimension again can be also standalone or master. So master dimension means it holds some master data. Say for example, customer is a master data. It can have multiple attributes like city, email address. Okay, then it can have phone number and so on. Standalone example is, say for example, pin code. It doesn't have anything for them. Right? So dimension can also have like any master data can also have hierarchy. And hierarchy can also be again two types. One is level based hierarchy and one is parent child hierarchy. These are the two different types of hierarchy possible. We'll come to each of these topics in details when we create the model. So any question on the dimension and measure on this? I'll just a little bit arrange it so that you can later refer it. One is okay. So yeah, yeah. So any question on the dimension or measures? Okay. If not, let's move on. Okay. So analytical model. As I said, there are two types of model. One is acquired and live. There are also another type, so the model can be also classified and looked at in a different way. That is, one is analytical model, one is planning model. Okay. Analytical model is basically only for read purpose. Here you can read the data and you can represent the data into a story format. Planning model are basically the models which basically helps you to write the data into that model. Okay. Planning models are prepared and pre-configured to help you to perform business planning tasks such as forecasting, to support and streamlining the planning process, with many of the self features to give you a quick start in the planning process. Okay. So if you wanted to plan for the future, so you will have a model which is plan model, and it will be open for certain period, and you can configure your data and save it. There are version is one of the key attribute of the planning model, because if you have different plan version, then version column will actually help you into maintain that thing. Okay. Then when working on this type of model in a story, planning users can use variety of features to update the value in the model and create the new value. Copy the data. This is one of the feature. Transform the data. That is another feature. Do a, say for example, data locking. That those are the features it can do. Okay.
Are these planning models? I'm sorry, which SAP version are the planning models available for us today? Is that only HANA?
No, planning models are available in SAP Analytics Cloud as well.
Okay.
But you can enable a model as a planning model always.
Okay. Okay.
So out of the box, what is the right choice of making the model? So if you are not doing any planning activity, simply you will not create the planning model. Like if you do not have something called budget, plan, forecast into your analysis, you do not create the planning model. Planning model is basically where you enter the data. Your planner comes and enter the data. Okay, this is my forecast for the next 2 months or next quarter. Like, okay. But analytical model is basically read only. It cannot, you cannot write in that model any data. It's just a read only. Okay. Now there is something called data sets. This is very important. data sets are basically apart from the models are the basis for your story, but data sets are also is a simple. If you wanted to do any ad hoc analysis, say for example tomorrow I sent you a file and I'll ask you that, okay, can you do a little analysis and tell me what is the issue, or what is your opinion on this, then you can use data set. It's just a tabular format of representation of data and you can analyze that. Okay, data set are the first choice. It's a basically if you wanted to do any ad hoc analysis, data set is your first choice. You just upload the data and just see the data how it looks like. It is a basically pivot table kind of structure. I'll show you into the system right now after this pivot table kind of structure where you can create your data set and analyze. Okay, it's an ad hoc analysis. What is the difference between data sets and data models? Data sets are simple, quick ad hoc analysis. This is for more formal for creating stories, governed data analysis. Supports more cells, columns than models, limited to 100 columns in models. That is all you need to mention. So if you see here, these are the columns A, B, C, D, E, F. Like that, it can support only 100 columns. Can access live data only from on-premise HANA. Can access many live data sources, like it can only use only HANA from the HANA. It can use the live data. Does not support planning use case. Support planning use case. Data set is basically just for ad hoc analysis. Nothing you will do apart from that. Okay. Now data sets versus models. Again, some comparison. Use case ad hoc BI analysis. Models can be used for planning as well as analytical. Data updates. It's one time. Whatever data you have, one time you can upload that and see the data. It can be scheduled. In case of live connection, it is a live. I think this slide needs to be a little bit updated. Global. These are all global. No, those are all same. Tables, one data table. It has dimension table and the fact tables. I'll talk about dimension and fact tables here, and I'll show you how in models dimension and fact tables are created. Okay. Then which type of connection it supports? It supports import. It connection supports import. It connects live and import both. Okay. Dimension required, not applicable, account and category and time. These three dimensions are mandatory for planning model. And in this case, the account, that means a measure is important, at least one measure. Public dimension, not applicable, public, private, public, private. Now, what is public dimension and private dimension? I will tell you when I create the model. Okay. Both datasets and model can be used for data sources in stories. Our shareable live datasets can be created for SAP HANA. Live datasets can also be created from a story based on the SAP Data Warehouse Cloud. So these are the different tools possible. Now, what are the features of the SAC models? Features of the SAC models are transparency of the data, reusable. One model can be used in multiple stories. One model can be used for multiple planning activities. Required for planning, flexible. Okay. When creating model, SAP Analytics can two viewing point. One is structure view, one is data foundation view. I'll come to that. This is how the screenshot of a structure view. You can see there is a fact inside in between. Around that there are dimensions. Okay. And this is the data foundation view, which basically gives you a columnar data foundation. Date, lines, state, city, and all. Okay. There are some limitation in case of you are using an Excel file, which should not be more than 200 MB. If you are using CSV file, you can use 2 GB of data. Maximum file size for cloud storage is 200 MB, and again here it is 2 GB. In case of
I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can I ask a question if I can on the data acquisition?
Yeah, sure, please.
Are you going to go through an example? Could we go get live data from the internet? You know, for example, on Power BI, we can link to, you know, say a .gov data source and pull in data as it refreshes. Are we able to do that with SAC? And do you cover that in an example later?
in Power, you wanted to connect Power BI to SSC?
No, SAC. No, what I use is an example in Power BI. We can go connect to an internet-based live data source. For example, .gov, has a lot of data available. Are we able to do that in SAC?
You will certainly able to do that in live connection, but I will not be able to show because I do not have a live connection setup done in my trial license. If you have your, if you have, in your organization, if you have the access, I can show you it there by sharing, like where your live connection is there. But
yeah, that'd be great if we have time.
Yeah, absolutely, we'll show you. But I do not have a live connection with me, but certainly with SSC you can do live connection, like you do in Power BI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Francis, I was thinking of our fuel table. Are you with me? Just go pull that .gov data and then you don't have to update it every month. As an example.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, we can see that, Madeline. Definitely, we can see that in your system. We can.
Okay.
So, some of the other limitations in here, I'll just continue and come back. In case of data acquisition, new model type. For these are the number of columns. These are the for the SQL, Google BigQuery, HANA data sources. CSV, this is the row limit. This is the column limit. And Google Drive, these are the things. These are the some of the self-explanatory things. Okay. For the models and stories, this is again the limitation for all other data sources. 18. These are the same. All this. Data sets. You will have, these are the limitations for data sizing and system limitation. You can refer to this link that they have given a link. So this is all about model. I will now go into the system and talk about the model data sets for more details, and you will understand the differences further. Okay. Let me go to the system. So here you can see there are some of the connections are set up here, live data, but I don't know if I have the authorization to use those. Let me see once. I wanted to get a model. I'm just seeing it right now. Don't concentrate on this. I don't. Yeah, I can see some of PW4 connection. See which connection. Generally, in the trial license, you can see there is some user ID and password it is asking, which I don't have. Okay. Generally, in the trial license, it doesn't give. So here, if you give the user ID and password, right, it will not it will allow you to connect to that system to which the live connection is maintained, and you can access all the artifacts there. Okay, but I'll try to. I'll try to show in your system probably. Okay, first let's focus on the data set. Before that, I will use this file, okay, to create our data models. You'll see this file, right? This file is a version column is there, row ID, order date, ship date, shipping mode, customer ID, customer name, country, city, state, postal code, region, and then you have product ID. So this is the complete set of data. And I'll simply do one thing. I'll go to home page. Okay. And I'll come here. I'll drag and drop. Okay, drag file here, drag file here. I am lucky. I'll just drag and drop. It will upload. The data is getting acquired. This is only possible from the home page, by the way. It is loading for a story view. So simple drag and drop. You can start building your story. Okay. This is the nicest features of SAC. Have a file, drag and drop, start building your story. Insert a chart. I'm just showing it to you. I'll come back on all of these in details. Discount if you wanted to see profit by, for example, city. Generate the chart. Okay, this is as easy as you have seen right now. Okay, right? But this is just on an ad hoc basis you are doing. I'm just coming out of this. I'll discard this. If you wanted to use the same file for ad hoc analysis, you will go to the datasets, you'll go to CSV, and you select the same file again. Okay. Here, if you see, whenever you are selecting a file, there is these are the different delimiters possible in the file. These are different delimiters. Okay. So I'm giving auto detect, it imports, and it asks me to save the datasets with a name. I give the same name, copy the description here. If your file has multiple tabs, it will ask you which tab you wanted to do. Yeah, it's opening. You see, when you say full data is 9994 row, 22 columns, 200 rows. Okay, so this is your data set. Simple data sets. Right? To save it, to go back, and I stored it here somewhere here. Yes, this is the one. I'll just move to in my project. Okay, it got moved into the my project. Now see, this is the data set. Okay. Now, if you wanted to analyze this data, right, is ad hoc analysis. Let me do one more time. What is issue? Some issue. Error is coming. Should not come. Got created. Not showing. Just a second. This is strange. This tenant is causing some problem. Just now it showed some filing by projects. Now it is saying field folder is empty. Try to create one more time. Let me try to create it from some. Let me copy some file. Just give me a minute. Okay, so let me try to do it on the actual data. I think there is some issues on this. This page. No, there is some issue. Okay, I'll come back to the data set a little later. Let me try to create a model. For that model creation, I will just first explain you the file. Okay, so this is the file I'm going to use. Okay, so I'm going to create a model which will have a sales organization, a product, a customer, entity, and account. So and for that model, this is the raw data. Looks like. I'll show you the raw data. This is the raw data. Okay. Account, version, date and month, sales organization, product ID, customer ID, entity ID, amount, quantity, price. Okay. These are the raw data in my, and it has almost 22,000 rows. Okay. This is my raw data. So I'll create a first model. So how you can create a model, and this model what I'm going to create is basically a import model for on top of a CSV file, which is meant for import connections. Okay, so where we can create a model? If you go to the modeler here, if you see that model option, and in that model there are 4 tabs. One is model, one is public dimension, one is currency conversion, one a point of interest. Okay, model, if you are in the model tab, you have again 4 options to create the model. One from you create the model from the scratch. I'll talk. One you create the model from the CSV file. One you create the model from the live connections. Okay, another one is create a model from a import connections. Okay, so this is import connection, this is live connection, this is CSV file, this is you create by yourself from the scratch. These are the 4 options. Within the model, as I said earlier, there are dimensions and facts will be there. So that's why you can see there is something called public dimension. You can create a dimensions as well. by yourself. You can give the name of the dimension and type of the dimension. I'll talk about the type of the dimension in a minute. Enable access control, currency, responsibility, will come to that. Okay. So you can create a dimension. Now dimensions are basically, you can see something through which, as I said, you can analyze your measure. So what is the amount by vendors? What are the top 5 vendors which contributed to my what is the cost top 5 customer which contributed to my revenue? So that is the customers is the dimension, revenue is the measure. Now every dimension in the SAC can be of 2 types. One is public and one is private. What does the public dimension does? If you create a dimension as public, right, then what will happen? It will basically can be used in another model. But if you create a dimension as private, then that particular dimension stays within that model itself. That this cannot be used in another model. Okay. So suppose you have model 1 and here you created a dimension in that model and say it is a public dimension. Then in model 2, this public model 2, this dimension can also be used. Model 2, say for example, model 2. But if you have a dimension in model 1 which is stated as private, it cannot be used here. Say for example, customer is a private dimension. Customer cannot be used here. Cannot be used here. Customer cannot be used here. But if you have a vendor here as a public dimension, vendor can be used here. So that is the difference between model 1 and model 2. If you, in case of dimension is public or private. Got my point? Right? This is how the dimensions are. In case of public or private dimension. So this dimension can be used in also model 2. This dimension cannot be because it's a private to model 1. Okay. So when you create a dimension can be created inside the model as well as separately outside. Okay. Now you can see these are the different dimension into the system, and there are so many dimensions are there. That is the another thing is the currency conversion tables. Now, when you in the SAC, you might come across scenarios where you need to convert the currencies from one currency to another currency. And in doing so, if you wanted to do that, you need to give a reference exchange rate, and that's where the currency conversion tab comes handy. Here you have to provide the exchange rate. Okay. So if you wanted to upload your own currency exchange rate, then you will provide upload it from here. Okay, that's where you will upload. But and then last option is point of interest. Point of interest is basically related to a map, geo map. I'll talk to you about that later when we talk about geo map. So far, public models. What are the options to create the models from the scratch, from CSV file, from data model, live data model, and from data source. Okay, these are the 3 options. This is for import connection, this is live connection, this is from the CSV file, this is from the scratch. Similarly, we can create the dimension. Dimensions can be public or private, and there are, if you define a dimension as a public dimension, that same dimension can be used in another model. If it is defining you through a private dimension, that cannot be used in the other model. Okay. Then currency conversion tables, you can upload a currency conversion table for converting the currencies from one currency to another currency. And then there is point of interest, which is basically used in the geomap, and I will tell you when we discussed about geomaps. So let's first create a model from a CSV file. Okay, I'll use this actual data, okay, and import. You can see the file is getting imported. If you click on the file, it will take you to the modeling environment. Here it comes. So here it is very important notification. You can see your data was successfully uploaded. Because there are large number of rows, your data set, you have a sample data to work with. Any work done on the sample will be applied to the full data set creation. So here it is also saying data uploaded, this sample size is 2000. If your data set, your Excel file, in this Excel file, this actual data Excel file, you saw that the data set is opening. The data set is more than 22,000 rows, right? So a sample of 2000 being loaded here. Okay. So this is how the sample data looks like. If you see, this is how the sample data looks like. Okay. What are the columns it has? Account, version, date and month, sales order, product ID, customer ID, entity ID, and so on. Now against each of these rows, there is a flower like button, and there is a button called there is a button like scale. So wherever the scale button is there, that means these are measures. Wherever flower like buttons are there, that is dimensions. Okay.
Excuse me. So if there's any error when we create this, how do we address that?
So that error, basically it will give you more explanation. The other error we are getting that while creating the data set, that doesn't give any explanation, so I skipped that. Basically it will give you some explanation, and if you see, there was some flash like type of things coming in, like a flash card. So then you can click on that. You can see there is a more option will come. It will give you more details on that, and most of the times you will understand from that particular details. Okay, that's how you have to analyze. There is no specific way of like error reduction in case to case basis. Basically a case to case basis. Okay.
Can I quickly ask you one thing on my screen?
Yeah, sure.
So for example, these are the 3 errors I'm getting, right?
Okay. So your data here, if you see, okay, fantastic. So your data here, if you see, are not continuous. If you see the data, you have month is only in one column. This is like a pivot kind of data you have used. So you should be using mostly a data which is basically repetitive. Okay.
Okay.
That's number one. And then what is the error you are getting? Can you?
Yeah. How did you figure out this thing?
I'll tell you. If you scroll down here in the details, no, not there. Further right.
I see that continuous.
Here there are values not appear in visualization. Yeah, I can already see your after the decimal there are so many digits which it might not able to correlate.
This one? Okay.
That's one. If if you go to the model level and validate the model, there is an option called validate model. Can you click on the details? Yes, model. If you go to the model. Oh, you have created the data sets. This is the data sets. Okay. Okay. This is the data sets. Okay. So here, if you see measures one issues, click on that. So material hash. I think you have your data, your first column you have not ticked as okay, got it. You have not ticked as the first column as a header row. Go back and upload it one more time.
Oh, so this is not taken as a header.
Yes, you have to.
Okay, because these are, yeah, column numbers are there. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. If I have to fix this, the options that I get.
No, here you cannot fix it. You have to upload the file. This is a wrong representation.
Okay.
And you are good that you are capable of uploading into the data set. Let me try it once more in my site. Okay. Okay. So I'll just try in my side also. Let's see if I can. Upload the data set at least. I can show you the data set. I'll come back to this model. Let me try your data set now. Because I wanted to show you the data set first. Okay. Some issue with this. Am I using a wrong file? See why the data set is not getting full. Should. Let me try one more time. Change. Please refresh and try again. Yes, it got uploaded. You see. So this is how the data sets looks like. It says you have 2000 rows. So not all the data got uploaded. That's why it is called ad hoc analysis. 2000 rows it supported. Okay. And it has 10 columns. These are the columns: date, month, price, entity, and these are the measures and these are the dimensions. The system is clever enough to decide which is a measure and which is a dimension based on the sample data it has here, and it can decide. Okay, it can decide like which is my measure, which is my like dimension. And here you can see automatically it took the heading of the column, first row as the heading. Now I'll first save it. I don't want to lose this. Okay. Now if you see if there is any error that it will start showing here. So if there is any error here, you can always see it here. Okay. So this is for this data set is basically you just created a data set. It is just a information, right? Now on the top of the data set, you will have, see, there are few buttons. One is save and one is save as. Save and save as we already know, self-explanatory. If you open the display panel, any column if you wanted to sort, okay, A to Z, or if you wanted to sort anything like Z to A, it will come back. The column order will get changed. Now, if you wanted to see if there is error, what is the error count? There is no error, right? And all those things. Then in the data set, there is something called smart transformation. And this smart, see, all of these features that I am going to discuss here is also available in data model. Data model is some kind of like everything together. Data set is something out of that data model for ad hoc analysis. So here there is some options are there. You can delete the column, duplicate the column, okay? And then on the top, there is a create a transformation. When you create a transformation, you have these two based on the column that you have selected. You have these 6 options available. One is concatenate, one is split, one is extract, one is replace, one is change, and one is filter. Okay. Suppose I click on the sales order, and then I go to the smart transformation. I say first option, you can say it is coming to change to lowercase. If I click on that, everything will become lowercase. Okay. Failed to execute transformation. This system has some issues. Okay, but it actually executed. Then this is one option. So again, change to already in lowercase. It got changed to uppercase. Okay. So you can change this to the uppercase, right? And so if you wanted to create a transformation, you can see for this column, all the options are there. Now, if I wanted to concatenate, now if you click on concatenate these sales order ID and say for example product ID. Okay, using value dash, you can see this new column got created using value dash. This is your sales order ID. This is your product ID. And after you do that, you can go here and save. This will stay in the data set. I don't know. This system has some issue. See, just now it got uploaded. Now it is saying it is not there. Again, I'm uploading. It is showing no again. Strange. There is some issue with this system. Yeah. So I got back here. So if you wanted to create a transformation, just click and concatenate. Say for example product ID, right? And using the value Say for example, double slash came. And this is a new column that got created. And if you wanted to keep that, you can also save it. It will get saved into the system. With that actual data one, it got saved now. You see, so there are some issues in the system, but it got saved now. Similarly, if you wanted to create another transformation logic, say for example, split on, further you split on dash, you can see it's got splitted. So this kind of smart transformation is possible in, and it is automatically suggesting few things you may use or may not use. Then you say, for example, I wanted to, this is where we started. Okay, and I will delete, I wanted to delete this column, delete. I wanted to duplicate this column, duplicate. You can see automatically it is happening. So you can play around with the data sets. I wanted to delete this column. I wanted to delete this column again. Okay. Now, say for example, you wanted to click on the here, okay, and split. Okay, delimiter you give dash. You see, it got the delimiter. Repeat 1. If you wanted to repeat twice, it will got into split it into three. Right? You see the beauty. These features of these functionalities is called smart transformation in SAC. SAC has these features called smart transformation. Okay. Again, you wanted to create a transformation on this. Say you wanted to replace all S's matching with value S with W. Okay.
So this is really good. Oops, am I on mute? This looks really good, these types of things. Let's say we wanted to transform like a number format. Would it make sense to use transformations for this? Like say something comes in a, text format, we want to change it to a value number format. Could we use transformations for that as well?
No, that is a data type change. No, that is a data type change. Data type you cannot change it through here. When I create the model, you have to explicitly define the data type. Okay. That's the. I'll show you where you will explicitly define the data type. Like this is a model screen. If you come here, you will see that this is a generic dimension. Okay. Similarly, if you come here, it is a date dimension. You can make it. You can change it to date. Okay. So that I'll show you further. But if you wanted, but if you wanted to change the length of the, anything, any metadata information, that is basically a metadata. What is the data type and length for that column? That you cannot change. System decides automatically, right? And you can see here, these are decided. Let me see. You can just change it to the measure or change it back to the dimensions. If you see here, change it to dimension. And you can change the aggregation time to sum, count, mean, max, and all. But you really cannot change the data type and length.
Okay. Can we do things like left and right, mid, those types of things like we can do in Excel?
Yes. So in the data sets, you can concatenate, you saw, split, you saw, extract, you can, can do.
Extract. I haven't used that one much.
Extract, you can see, extract the word you give from sales organization ID. Say, for example, after first, and you can change this first, last, occurrence, after, before, between, containing. Okay. And then you can say S. See, everything got extracted after S in this column, new column.
Okay, this looks really good. Do you do more examples and exercises that we do in the class on this area?
Sure.
Okay, I didn't know what you planned. Sadia and Francis, what do you guys think? I feel like this is really helpful for us to get good at the data manipulation side of this.
Yes,
what do you guys
definitely think? How can we delete a row in this?
Here you cannot delete a row.
We cannot.
You cannot.
Can we code it? Go ahead.
So if you're importing a data from like an Excel sheet and maybe you're trying to take off a row when you have already imported it here. So it can't be done here. You have to go back to the Excel sheet, take off
Correct.
the row, then re-import it.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Or otherwise, if you do not want to show it into the story, ultimately, you have to apply corresponding filter into the story.
But a situation whereby maybe the row is let me say you import the data that one of the that is seeing all of the columns or all of the rows as a dimension.
Mhm.
So you're trying to add a measure. So
Okay.
it's a situation like that.
Mhm.
You're just trying to take off or add a row. So there's no way you can do it here rather than
No, you
still
cannot.
going back
You cannot
to
get
Excel.
rid of a row. You can get rid of a column, but you cannot really get rid of a row.
Sorry, I mean a column. Sorry, a
Column
yeah.
you can do. Column you can do. Delete a column.
But
Can we do calculations? Sorry.
Calculations. That's what is the smart transformation. Some of the calculation you can do: transform, extract, replace, change. These are the calculation. But if you wanted to see the sum of it, you will not use here. This particular data set will be used in the story. There you can do calculations, and in the model you can do calculations. Not in the data set. This is data set. I'm teaching you the now data set. Data set is basically for ad hoc analysis. Whatever data you have, you take a sample and see what is the nature of that. And also it will also allow you only to upload 2000 rows, not more than that.
Yeah.
Okay. So now again, you in a data set, you can enrich a particular column as a geo enabled feature. I will come to the geo enabled little later. And then there is a hierarchy button. You can create some hierarchies. Okay, if you want, you can create some hierarchies. I'll show you the hierarchies also little later. And then you can transport the column to rows and rows to columns. If you do that, just take a look how what it looks. System is not behaving properly.
Can we transform and then delete a column instead of a row?
Yes, that way you can do, but that you can do. That you can do.
Okay.
You can here you can have an option or remove duplicated rows. If you have a same value loaded twice, then you can remove that.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then you can re-import the data. If you re-import the data, it will start getting the data from the same location. As long as the file is available in the same location, it will start re-importing the data. But somehow this system is not behaving properly. So if you I was showing you some of the transformation, right? Some of the other transformations are replace. If you wanted to use the replace with S, with W, it will do. In sales organ matching value with capital S. O. So you can give some condition here as well. If you see some conditions like with WO, I just say some condition where column matches value. Say for example, column is sales organization, or you can give entity ID, ENT 0002. So wherever entity ID 0002 is there, their SO will change with W. That's the functionality I'm trying to achieve.
Oh,
Write properly. So yeah, that you can, those kind of transformation can be possible. If they are if the row is found, then it will change. Where exactly it started.
is this transformation available in story also?
No, this is in the dataset and the model. You will have that.
No, the one that you just did, that based on column entity ID, do this to sales org.
Yes, this is only available in this smart transformation, right? These features, create transformations, right? This concatenate, split, extract, replace, change, and filter is only available in the data set and data model.
So we cannot have this in as a table in storytelling?
Yes. Now, once you transform, there will be a new column. Sorry, in this case, there is the last example that I got. It will be applicable onto the same column, and then that transformed data will be available into the story if you save it. You're getting
Yes,
my point?
that is true. Suppose I'm getting live data model. In
live
that
data model,
case,
in live data model, you cannot do this smart transformation. Live data model is just the metadata. You have to do it into the premise. This is not. This is for all import and file.
okay, so if it's an import model and I'm creating a story and it's in the table format, can we do the same thing that you just did based on one column, change the other column?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's import thing. Okay.
Yeah. You can do it. So all these functionalities is applicable to import connection as well as file-based connection.
Okay.
Okay. Change sales order ID to uppercase, lowercase, title case. You can do it. Okay. So I'll just show. I'm showing you these options, right? Then if you have create transformation, you have filter. Wanted to filter the data based on certain condition. It is just to see the data. Okay. This is not. So depending on the functionality that you are choosing on the create transformation here, the action will be taken place. And if it is splitting across, different columns, then if you save it, then it will get saved into the database, into the SAP HANA Analytics Cloud. And that saved data you can use into the story.
Okay.
That's how it works. Now, what you can additionally do further, you can create hierarchies. Say for example, here there is not. Okay, let's say for example, this is what I'll create a hierarchy. I say my first level of hierarchy is entity ID, and the second level is sales org. Okay, say okay. It will create a hierarchy. I don't know like why this system is behaving like this. There is some issue with this cloud. It is not getting connected to the database saving. Strange. Very failing. Say for example, I wanted to create a the first level is entity ID, second level is sales organization. So basically company codes are always on top of sales organization. That is the hierarchy I wanted to create. Your hierarchy is created. Okay, it is saying successful. So whenever you use this data set into a story, you will see that hierarchy. I'll show you in subsequent classes how when I use this to actual data to into a story and show the hierarchy. So this is what are the things possible. You can transpose the column, right? And what are the columns you wanted to transport? It is giving you an option and just say okay. Everything. I just chose everything. You can see that it got transposed.
Quick question. So if there is an error based on pattern, so the system is figuring out it should be all numbers, but those are POs, for example, and sometimes POs can be letters too.
Yes.
How can we validate that error in dataset?
So in dataset, you cannot do that. But in case of data model, right? You as I said, there is a flower like button coming dimension. There is a flower like button coming date calendar. Then there is a scale like button coming like this. You can hold that column and change it. Change the data type. You can change the data type from your measure to dimension.
But that can be done in model only, not in dataset.
Not in dataset.
Okay.
Not in dataset, you cannot change the data type. Metadata and length you cannot change. It's automatically taking it. You can see this hierarchy got created. This is the called new hierarchy. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I created the hierarchy, so this data set is basically for very ad hoc analysis.
Okay.
Very first set of your understanding of the data. It's not meant for something like where you will do very aggressive things like you will build a model, and it doesn't create something called like a star schema like thing. It just holds the data and it can be used in the story. So I'll just show you if I can save this. I think this got transferred and it is causing problem. Let's see. I'll go here. I'll delete all this. I'll upload the dataset one more time, and I will try to create a hierarchy and show you how does it looks like. I wanted to create a data set from here quickly. Actual data. I will store PSP. No, it's not allowing me. Okay, I'm just saving it. The hierarchy quickly. So now if I create, if I go to the story, I'm just showing you how, if I go create a story, how does it look? If it got saved properly or not. System is causing problems. But anyway, I hope you have understood like what I'm trying to say. Right. If you create a data set, that data set can be used into a story for uh, for for visualization purpose. Okay. Now you can like I right now created a data set using a CSV file or Excel file. You can also create a data set using a import connection or yeah, mostly the import connection through which you can create, and only live connection on HANA database. Okay, only HANA database. If you have a HANA database, then you can use the HANA database as your for creating your data sets. These are the two options are there, and that is also called out into the slides. If you have seen here, data sets can only be created on top of HANA database in live connection. Somewhere here we talked about it. Yeah. A shareable live dataset can be created for only SAP HANA. So HANA database is the one which is supporting here, live data repository of HANA. So similar to Excel file, you can also create it from the HANA database or any import connection. So dataset is the primary view of the data. Any questions you have on the dataset? Additionally, you can create a dataset as like you can add hierarchies and you can enrich it for the geolocation. This system has issue. You can see automatically it is showing the artifacts not there.
Well, yeah, while you figure that out, I really would like for you to cover that geofencing data. How do we use that? I have not tried that at all with this tool, so that would be good to, give us an exercise example to go through that. We use a lot of the like logistics data, the freight transportation data, city, state, zip, customers, city, state, zip. So that would be very helpful for us to know.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I will show you the geo how you can create geo map, what is the geo enrichment you need to do. Absolutely. But before that, I'll go one by one slowly. You will see that everything will happen, right? But before that, I wanted to cover the model. If you start creating a model of your own, then enrichment through here also it is possible. Geo enrich by area name and coordinates. I'll show you. Definitely, I'll show you. Okay. So on the model side, right? If you wanted to create a model here, right? Here also in this case, I have brought in that Excel file and uploaded it. The model can be created. What are the different ways model can be created? As I said here, you can create a model from scratch, from a CSV file, from live data connection, from import data connection. Right now, what I'm showing is from a CSV file. So CSV file uploaded. Everything looks good. You just check it out and just say validate the model. So validation starts. Okay. Validation completes. It can say no issues detected. There are 7 dimensions. Overall 10 columns are there, 7 dimensions, 3 measures. So you can understand, system is clever enough to understand which is dimension and which is measure. These are measures, amount, quantity, and all. And you can see right identification is being done. If you wanted to make this model as planning, you can click on this. It will be enabled as planning model. If you don't click at this, it will be enabled as analytical model. Default currency to the model, you can say USD. So all the currencies are USD if you wanted to, for price and amount. If you wanted to change it, you can write it INR. Okay, right? So this is how the model is created. Now, if you create the model, or if you wanted to create a hierarchy in the model, right? You just create a label based hierarchy. You need to give a hierarchy. Say entity, sales org, hierarchy. Okay. So here you need to select a column first. So first is your entity ID, then is your sales org. But the label should be toggled. I just toggled the label. Okay. So validate again. Then now, once I created the hierarchy, it has some issues. What are the issues? The following columns contain data quality issues. Okay. Sales org and entity. What are the issues here? So you can see it is highlighting some issues, and non-unique property T25. Okay. Yeah. So this relationship it is not able to establish the hierarchy relationship. That's why it is causing the issue. Everything should be unique. Okay, so I'll not create the hierarchy right now. That's where you can create the hierarchy. If you wanted to enable anything as a geo coordination, you can do it in two ways. One is by giving the area name, selecting a column, which one you wanted to give it. I'll show you a different example to understand it better further. And then you have to give a region column. Once you select this one, say for example, this organization, and say for example, entity ID. This doesn't make sense. Logically, this doesn't make sense, but you can make it through this and just say create. Once you do that, this data model will be geo enrich enabled, and it can be used for maps. Okay, when you create the stories. But even before that, I wanted to show you how to create the model using a flat file. I'll come out of this one more time. I'll discard this, upload the file, and create the model from there. I have to create with this. So system is really causing trouble today. Hopefully this will go. You are not authorized to create an article. Okay. Should I do? Align. Load it up. Okay, so I'm just not creating anything else here. I'm just first creating the model. Okay, let's see how the model looks, and then I'll come back and explain everything one more time. Create, just create actual data.
Can we also create a model from a data set?
No. A model can be created only through four ways. One is your flat file or CSV. Second is your live connection. Third is your import connection. Fourth is from the scratch. From the scratch, I have not shown it to you. I'm just right now trying to show it through a CSV file.
Okay.
I'm not doing in this model any manipulation. I'm just file I uploaded and I have created the model, and data successfully imported. Model data is created successfully. Let's see. Now you can see the model got created, and once the model get created, there are three tabs: model structure, calculation, and data management. Okay, so I'll go to the model structure, and you will see that beauty. The system, after reading the CSV file, is capable of creating that star schema. What are the dimension? Here dimension is date and month, sales organization, product ID, customer ID, entity ID. And there are accounts. Accounts, if you go inside the accounts, you will see amount, price, and quantity. Okay. So this is how the model gets created. I'm just wanted to give you the glimpse. But apart from that, how you are achieving it, what are the different manipulation buttons are there, I'll definitely cover that. So this is how it looks. This is the first glimpse of the model. This is your fact, and you can see here, if I enlarge, there it is saying three measures is one, which is account measure, and dimensions are 8 dimension. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, one is date dimension. So this is wow, it is coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, version is there. So these are the dimensions. This is how it creates the model. Now, if you wanted to create some calculation in the model layer, you can do some calculation as well. I'll come to those calculation in details. Okay, I'll now data management. Data management tab is basically for loading the data, scheduling the data, and uploading the data properly. Okay, that you can do through the data management, and also you can export the data from the model in the export job. Here, it's for basically drafting the source, importing the data, and exporting the data. So right now, 22,000 2,24,880 rows was imported out of this model. Okay. Once you load the file, so this is how the model looks like. So this is one step, right? Just upload the file as you have prepared in the Excel. Say validate the data. Your data is validated, you uploaded it. Okay. So this is how you create the model. Now, if you create the model, after that, I will just explain these on the top. Okay, one by one, and then thereafter I will show you how you can create the model from the scratch. Then I will show you how you create the attribute in a model. I will show you how you can create the hierarchy in a model, and then the geomap, geo enrichment. Okay. So first, if you see in the model structure here, there are first in the general tab, then edit tab, data tab, view tab, more. In the general tab, there are very simple things are there. One is save. If you wanted to save the model after doing any changes, you can do that. Then there is called preference. This model preference is very important. Once you open the model preference, it will initially give you the general settings and say that this is a analytical type of model. Okay. Then access and privacy. Okay. You can give data access control into the model. What is data access control? Data access control is a concept in SAP Analytics Cloud. Suppose you are authorized to see Profit Center PC001. You should not see anything else apart from PC001 because you belong to that Profit Center. Then in that scenario, you will have to enable the data access control on Profit Center. Okay, so this is called the DAC. Then date settings, if you wanted to mention any date settings here, you can do. And these are very much applicable when you start doing planning model. Then whether you can enable a model planning, because I have created it on the very first time, I have created it not from the scratch, but by uploading the Excel file and not taking that planning option there, it is now right now not allow me to change it. But if you would have created the model from the scratch from this option, okay, then you can toggle it. But from the CSV file, once you are uploaded the data and did not tick that planning button and you wanted to change it later, you cannot do it. Okay, so it will always remain as it is. Then comes to the planning button. If you cannot do it, then currency. If there is any default currency, you can mention it here. If there is any currency conversion table you need to mention in terms of conversion, then you can mention it there here as well. Structure priority. So prioritize the properties for calculation from account table. And then some performance parameters are there. Say for example, if you optimize the story building performance, optimize recommended planning area, all these things comes into options. Okay, so these are the preferences. Now these preferences are very much important in case of planning model. In case of analytical model and you are using import connection, this is not that much important. But in case of planning model, this is very important. Okay, then you can share the model from the third button and you can also publish it to a catalog. Share the model, again the same thing will come up. Email recipient, view, whatever access you wanted to give. Then if you are doing some changes into the model, this is undo and this is redo button. These buttons were earlier not there in the earlier releases of SSC. Now they have added it. Then plus edit. So if you wanted to edit a model, now this is also one of the things. If you have not created a model from the scratch and you have uploaded by creating a table, right? You cannot change it, but you can change it after you delete the facts. So right now data is uploaded into this model. Once you click on this delete the facts, then you can start adding more dimension. Okay, I'll show you that. So you can create a new dimension, you can add an existing dimension. Now here is the beauty. What is the difference between add a new dimension and add an existing dimension? When you add a new dimension, you are completely creating a new dimension. When you create an add new dimension, in that case, any dimension which was previously created but public can be used. And that is where this option I was discussing. Any dimension in model 1 created as one vendor as a public can also be used in vendor 2. But any dimension that is created in model 1 as private cannot be used in model 2. So this is what it is saying. So here if you wanted to use a dimension which is already existing in the system, that dimension has to be public. Otherwise you cannot use. Then options like delete, rebuild the model. This is rebuild model. If you hover on it, you will see rebuild model, no update permission, actual data. So if you do some changes here, after save, you can rebuild the model and then delete. If you wanted to delete a particular dimension, you can delete. Right now the data is there, that's why it is not allowing me. And then you can migrate to the new model type. Now SSC has been evolving for the last 2-3 years. So this option, migrate to the new model, okay, is the new option, because there are certain optimization is taking place in SSC world, which helps you to create a new model. But as of now, whenever you upload through Excel file, it will not create a new model. Okay, it will create a older model type. There are two model types. One is older model type, one is new model type. Similarly, there is optimized story and there are standard or primitive story option. So whenever you are creating models using the files, then in that case it will be always old model. Then the options here in the data, you can create a variable. So you can always create a variable in your model. Okay. Then you can delete the facts. You can configure the data logs. Data logs are applicable only for planning models. Okay, just to keep you aware, data logs are only available for planning models. You can see, please set a planning time dimension. Then you can delete the facts. Then in the view button, how you wanted to view this. This is your structured view. If you wanted to change into the data foundation view, this is the data foundation. Okay, this is the data foundation. This is the data foundation. How you wanted to see this? If you click on structure, then you have some options called validation. So if you have, if you wanted to validate the model, you can do it and all. So these are the options are there, and if you click on the details, it will tell you what are the details of the particular customer. So right now it is clicked on customer ID. If you change it product ID, it will give you the relevant options, and you can do much more things here. As we create the model from the scratch, I will show you. Okay, so this is about all the buttons here, and if you have any question, let me know. First you get acquainted with the buttons and the layout, then we can keep on creating more models, as many as you want tomorrow, in detailed way. Any questions on these buttons? If not, let's move on to the data management tab. In a model,
Sorry, sorry, sir, I was on mute. So I was trying to look for the notes for models. I couldn't find those, the one that you have, the PDF presentation.
PDF?
The presentation that you had about models.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find it in my notes.
In your LMS?
Yes, it's not there in the materials section. I see starting from module 2, which is overview of connections. So the anything about models is missing there.
Okay, I'll inform team. So the overview of connection, data preparation, basic modeling. This is the one. Do you have this?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll inform the team.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the next one, performing basic data modeling?
I see like overview of 1 second. Connections and then basic story design, and then it directly goes to storytelling.
Okay. So then you are missing few. I'll talk to them. You can also in your LMS, there should be an option where you can raise the technical support and can submit a support ticket. They will upload that. Just mention that. I'll also mention to Nitin.
Okay.
But Sadir, let me know if you have any questions on these buttons. Or
okay.
Marilyn.
This is fine.
This is fine. Now, if you wanted to delete the data of a model, how you can delete? This is the button. Delete facts. Okay. You click on that. Okay, I'm selecting everything. Just saying OK. It will delete the entire data in the model. You can see deleted these rows from the model. Now, if you come here, it is still not allowing me to add the dimension. Neither it is allowing me to delete any dimension. delete any dimension, neither it is allowing me to create any variable. So these are the basic disadvantage when you create the model out of a CSV file. Okay, these are the basic disadvantages. So that's why we should always try to create from the scratch from the model. So just to recap what we have done, I know I have been talking a lot and maybe you're not grabbing it properly. Just to recap, logical recap, we talked about connections. We talked about there are two types of connection, live connections and import connection. In live connection, data resides into the third party on-premise system, never comes in. Only the metadata, that is the data type and length of the columns and measures comes out, and that's how it is. The data is always live. On the other side, import connection, you have to create a model already into the SAC environment, and then you have to map it, or you have to create to a flat file or something like that, and you have to do the load. Okay. Whereas in the import connection, your data gets replicated into the SAC tenant. That's where the data security is sometimes not met. Then we talked about data sets. What is the difference between data sets and after the live connection and import connection, we talked about data model. What is the basic data model? Data model is the highest level modeling object in SAC, which allows you to create all the functionalities in the SAC from the data modeling perspective. Then alongside there is data set, and this data set is basically for ad hoc analysis of the data, not for keeping a large volume of data and analyzing that. Okay. In the data set, some of the properties like hierarchy creation, geo enrich, map enrich, and some of the transformation techniques is also possible. But in case of but it is not possible to change the data type and length and define that, which is possible in data model. Now in the data model, there are various sections. You can create data model to 4 different ways. One is from the scratch, one is from CSV file, one is from live connection, one is from import connection. I just showed you how you can create to a CSV file. Okay. Now I will show you how to create from the scratch tomorrow, not today, because then otherwise you will not be able to correlate. But today what I am going to show you how you can upload a currency table. Okay, so this currency table, as I said, in the modeling activity, currency tables are very much referred for currency conversion. If you are doing any currency conversions, then you will have to you have to give a reference. So here you can create a currency conversion and you can upload the currency conversion table. So I will first explain few. I have one of the table prepared called currency conversion table. Okay. I will upload that currency conversion. I'll name my currency conversion settings. Once I keep that, it is basically a tabular structure. You can see, and I'll just say source currency, valid from, target currency, category, rate type, exchange. So I'll just copy the data. And I'll just paste it. That's it. Your currency conversion is ready. So what is this these particular columns are meant? This first column is saying from what is your source currency, from which currency to which currency you will target. So if you are, this row represent, if you are transforming the data from AED to USD, this is your average rate, exchange rate on the day of starting from the day of 2017-01-01. That's how it should be read. So these are the different exchange rate. Mostly the exchange rate are type of average we use, and category can be planning, budget, forecast, rolling forecast, and or specific. If you are using something called planning, then that particular exchange rate will be used for only planning purpose. Okay.
So do we get this as a standard table online, or we have to create it ourselves?
Very interesting question. So in SAP world, like the exchange rates and everything gets updated every day. Okay. Now in SAC, you can upload that from that tables. Like, so ultimately, whenever you are doing a reporting and things, right? Ultimately, whatever the exchange rate at which the online transaction process has happened, which I showed you here, where the transaction took place, right here, right? That same transaction, that same exchange rate at which it has happened, the same exchange rate has to be uploaded here. So you take the exchange rate from this system, and upload it into the SAC. That is one way. The other way, you prepare an Excel file yourself and upload it. These are the two ways, basically.
Okay, so SAP also has one standard.
Yes,
file.
absolutely.
Okay.
SAP has to have both. And whenever you are doing a transaction here, that exchange rate gets applied in your transaction. And if you are doing a reporting model here, that exchange rate also transferred to this side here, which is called global transfer, global setting transfer, and global exchange rate transfer. We do that. We'll have to do that as an exercise.
So if we don't add this to currencies, can SAP do it automatically or no?
No.
Okay.
It will, in your planning model, if you are creating a planning model out of that, it will always ask you for that. And if you are ticking that for currency conversion, right, it will always ask for the reference table. Without giving the reference table, it cannot do the currency conversion at all.
So you are using SAP's file or your file?
So I have used my file.
Okay.
These are all prepared file. Okay. These are prepared file when we are using that.
Okay.
I'll provide. I think you have these files also uploaded into the LMS. So I have updated this. Now after you are satisfied with everything, okay, you just save it. That's it. Your currency. That I don't know, like. Okay. So I'm not authorized. This system they have given, they are not authorizing me. Maybe I'll have to arrange another system tomorrow. Let's see. Okay. There are a lot of authorization they have stopped. That's why I was little wondered, like when I saw this, actually it should be a brand new thing, and I see some of the stories are there already. I need to maybe get another system. It is not allowing me to save. There is no authorization. But this is how you can save the currency tables. Okay. And this currency table, whatever I have named my car conversion settings, can be referred in your model for currency conversions. Okay. So this is how you will upload. Not allowing me to save. You can also get the currency tables from the BPC import for the planning purpose. If you have a BPC connection, you can get the currency data from BPC import. Okay, that's where you can also get. So these are the two options through which you can configure a currency table in SAC.
Okay.
Now there is one more thing before we get into the model tomorrow into more details. Tomorrow will be, so tomorrow what I am planning, the plan is I will create a model from the scratch and upload the data. After that, you all will do that so that you are aligned with the model creation. And maybe you can create a data set. Data set is easier. You can also create a data analyzers. I think here is data analyzer options is not there. Yeah, it is there. This is the data analyzer. Now, what is, these are the modeling artifacts: modeler, data sets, and data analyzer. What is data analyzer? If you have a model created already, suppose in this case, this model, okay, and you wanted to analyze the data out of that model, you can do through the data analyzer, and it's a tab. It's a basically a grid. You know, you go to the designer, you can see data analyzer. You can just keep on adding columns, right? So I'm adding it to the rows. You click on these buttons. This is a data analyzer. Okay.
Okay.
So this is how you can create a data analyzer. Here you cannot, unlike data sets or data model, here you cannot, apply any hierarchy. You cannot create anything like geo enrichment and anything that you cannot do. You can do only few things like refresh the data and save it.
Kind of like Explorer.
Kind of like Explorer, yes, kind. Right.
So did you create it from a model or?
Yes, I created right now from the model.
Okay.
Okay, and these are saved as an insight. The icons for these, if you see it here, wherever I created, let me show it to you. Yes, these are created as new insights. The type of it, insights. So what is insights in the SAP Analytics Cloud? Insights are nothing but the data analysis. Models are model, and data sets are basically a sample data set which is also used for ad hoc analysis. Basically a data set that you can use for using it into the stories. But insights cannot be used into the stories. Okay, insights mean data analyzer, whatever you have created, these cannot be used into a story.
Okay, so data analyzers can be based on models, can be based on files. So it's more like story level thing, and the
Correct.
data sets is more of model level thing, right?
No. One thing, data analyzer cannot be based out of the CSV file. It can be from an existing model, or it can be a connections.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but data analyzer is more of kind of a story level thing, right?
Kind of a story level thing, you can say.
And
Whereas
then data set is kind of a model level
things. Yes.
Okay.
Model level things. But
okay.
Here in this case, it is basically an existing model. Suppose you have created an import data model and you wanted to analyze that data, then you can do it. So for example, I go to my projects, here, and I wanted to analyze the actual data. It will allow me to do that. Either it has to be an existing model, or it has to be a live connection data. Now this I just deleted the fact, so that's why it is not showing data. I just deleted the fact to show you how to delete that data fact.
Yeah.
That's why there is no data right now. This was the earlier one. So this is called data analyzer. Data analyzer helpful in understanding. So it's like kind of a pivot. If you see, if I go to the designer, it's a pivot. These are the measures. How you wanted to show it. If you wanted to show it, it's kind of a pivot. You can see.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
If you can drill down further. This is a hierarchy, date hierarchy. It's kind of a pivot, account type, forecast value, and all, right? It's just a pivot kind of thing. So lot more coming on SSC probably. A full-fledged tool. So you can. So this is when you click on this side of the icon, you are adding at the column. Data is stretchable at the column. When you are adding this side of the things, then the rows are increasing. This is rows, this is columns, and these are the measures. Right? So this is called data analysis. You can maximize it to see you in the full screen. You can also pull out the information if you want, and all these things that you can do.
We cannot, sorry, we cannot create like a pivot table in Data Explorer, right?
No.
Okay, so that's the only place. Okay.
That's where the data analyzer come into picture, and you can save it and you can share it with somebody. Just this is how it looks like, or something like that. And once in the view mode, you have all the options like freeze the panes up to the rows. Okay, you can select a row and freeze the panes. You can see these rows are got frozen. Right?
Yes.
All those things can be possible, and you can export the data. Okay, you can export the data into the CSV from here, or then you can do the edit style. So for example, you have forecast value that is in the column here as a measure. Scale, you can define the scale, million, billion, or something like that. Scale format is what? This is the formatting. Decimal places, how many you wanted to show? 1, 2, 3. Show sign as in the bracket if you wanted to see, or if you wanted to give plus minus, those kind of things. And if you wanted to do the currencies and all that, you can do it here. And if you further if you come out of this, and then that you can do, then you can show, hide, subtitle, and all those things of all are there. If you wanted to swap the axis, in one click you can swap all the axes will be swapped. The pivot,
the rows will become columns.
Columns and columns will become rows. You can see.
Okay.
So this can be possible. And if you have a hierarchy, you can drill further. Right? How many level you wanted to drill. So this is possible in data analyzer. So this is very helpful in terms of ad hoc analysis rather than creating a data set. If you wanted to ad hoc analyze the data, is very easily possible to using the data analysis. So I will just recap where we are standing today. We just know data analyzer. We understood what is data set. We understood very basic of modeler, and specifically modeler, how we can upload a file and create a model. And we saw how we can upload a currency table. Tomorrow, what we are going to do? Tomorrow we are going to discuss this model into much more details, and I will be creating a model from the scratch. And after I create the model from the scratch, then you guys will be creating a model and explore these data analyzer datasets by yourself. Once you do that, then only we'll move to the stories on the third day. Okay, this is what is the plan.
So should we use our own data, or you will provide us some data?
If you have the data into the LMS, you can use that data.
Okay.
So basically, I'll tell you what is the file you should be using. These 3 files should be there with you. If you go to the lab activity, you should have these 3: actual data and meta model. These two data should be there: actual data and meta model. Just have a look, have a check if you have this. And please do, if you can go through the slides, or if you have any question, do feel free to ask me.
Sure. And I have these 4 files.
Okay, fantastic. That, and hope you also have Francis, and you have that also with you.
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, that's it for today. I would like to conclude today. Okay, then in that case, I'll take your permission to have a good evening. Like all of you have a good evening ahead. See you tomorrow at the same time, probably. Yeah.
Okay, you also as well. Have a good night.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending the session. I hope you all enjoyed it. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Also, feel free to ask your questions in the comment section below, and we will reply to them at the earliest.